Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, March the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That would help me. Thank you very much. Green trades. Well, obviously a ton happening this morning. I could have put virtually any energy stock in here as ones that are gapping up, though they have been pulling back somewhat, especially, we're watching these low flow crazy ones like the MXC. MXC got all the way up to 34, 33 something. It's pulled back about $6 or $7 now. INDO, of course, these were the two crazy ones Friday afternoon. Well, actually all week, but especially the Indo all week. MXC joined the party late. This actually got up to, $53 pre-market, INDO, but pulled back. So we'll have to watch these to see if they gain some traction. The market is putting in a bit of a recovery. It was down a lot more earlier, but the market's putting in a little bit of a recovery. And of course, all sorts of fun and games with Bed Bath and Beyond. BBBY. Talks of, they are saying, yes, they've confirmed a receipt of letter from Ryan Cohen's investment arm. So this is the news on it. And of course, yes, I'm sure the Wall Street Bets crew have got a hold of this one also, but this is the reason for the huge pop in BBBY. So let's take a look at some of these small ones. Some of these smaller energy plays, like HUSA. These are all low floats. HUSA, USEG. And all we're really looking for is, could one of these emerge as something that could follow in the footsteps of an Indo or an MXC? That's all we're really trying to see here. I had somewhat high hopes for the AXAS. I know it's popped up here, but it's on no volume, so you can't really, it looks awesome right now. It's a pink sheet stock, really? That's the reason. I had no idea this was a pink sheet stock. Okay, now I understand why my bid ask it looks kind of screwy in Interactive Brokers. No idea this was a pink sheet stock. Okay. On the downside, this could be really interesting. This is an earnings play, SQSP. Let's see, this is an all-time low right now. It's an earnings play. So let's see if this one has a big move down on top of the already big move down of 25%. Now B-Cell, B-Cell. Now, this had a huge run at the end of the day, so this gap down may be a little misleading, because look at this run it had at the end of the day. B-Cell went from 250, this is 345, so 250 up to 541, and then after hours it got up to 767. So this looks bad, it's a 20% down from the close, but remember what happened in the last 15 minutes. So keep an eye on B-Cell. This had some news, I think, on Friday. Fairly low float, 26 million. I had MARPS on my list. I know MARPS got all the way up to 13 before it pulled back. Yeah, look at this, all the way up to 13 something before it pulled back. It's still up 27%. MARPS. EOSC, another energy play. Sorry, this is battery. Okay, it's energy, yes, but we're not talking about the energy sector as such, but this is a battery play. EV play, if you will. But it is down. I don't know why I had it as a gap. Yeah, it's a gap down. So this is a gap down. See if there's any reason for it. Don't see any specific reason. Now, the trade of the week, I should just go over the trade of the week. The trade of the week, in theory, it is already triggered. The trigger is 3114. The trade of the week is Canadian Solar, Csiq. And, the trigger was, I guess, the high of Friday. And that's that candle right there. Now, it's already triggered, but doesn't mean you have to pile into it right away. Not very much volume. I'd be waiting to see how it settles down. Of course, last week's trade of the week, Arch. What's it doing now? Man, pre-market got up to 162. Woohoo. Remember, the trigger was about a 118. Now, will this week's trade of the week do something similar? You know, we're not saying that, but certainly keep an eye on it. You know, solar sector. Let's take a look at TAN pre-market. See what's happening with TAN. Yeah, so TAN is up a little bit. Take a look at First Solar. Solar stock should be in play. So CSIQ, I mean, obviously, it's in the right sector as we speak anyway. Here's an interesting one. AMR, all-time high, more expensive one. Guess they did an IPO back here, AMR. This has actually been one of the better IPOs, guys. I mean, most of the IPOs we see start up here and have faded. This one never really faded. So AMR, it's an earnings play. Metallurgical. And this was just creeping in when I was opening the room. EQOS. Public finance activities. Okay. I don't know if this is a Bitcoin play. It's sort of, I see some Bitcoin headlines with it. I don't know if it's a... Well, whatever it is, EQOS, pretty decent pop. So the market is in, wow, the market is definitely in recovery mode now, guys. We're almost, the SPY is almost flat. And this is kind of, you know, of course, the energy plays were soaring. And now they're starting to give up a lot as the market is climbing. You know, this one, I know I've talked about it, I think, for 2 weeks. LNTH is still strong. Had that day on Thursday, looked like maybe that was going to be the day where finally some big profit taking was going to take place, and not really at all. There's Friday's action, and actually I have a price alert set. I mean, look at the high Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 52.68, 52.84, 52.70. I mean, you can just see if it breaks out over this and get something to the 53s. I mean, it could still run. This was an earnings play here, but I also think there may have been some news. So it is a buyout, but it has been super strong. And CNR, I didn't mention it. This is a buyout. Yeah, this is a buyout. And Cornerstone Building Brands agrees to be acquired. Okay, so I know this has been in the news. I think this happened here. Okay, that's why that pop, I believe. Maybe now this is just a confirmation. CSIQ is the trade of the week. Trigger is 31.14, so it's above that. Doesn't mean you have to take it right now. I mean, listen, how you trade it will be completely up to you, but that is the trade of the week, CSIQ. It's an interesting one. You know, this is not the type of thing that I would normally do because I'd be looking at these little areas here as potential stall points. But let's take a look at here, 32, and then this one here is 32.55, and then we've got 33. So not that far away. Obviously, it can really break out here. Then your next area of potential concern is the 200-day moving average at 35. But at any rate, how you trade it, again, is completely up to you. Okay, Hill, just go to my home page. Okay? Go to my home page and go to the scan section, and it is there. Okay? You're asking for the 10-day daily breakdown. Just go to my home page, go to the scan section, and you'll see it there. Okay? Meanwhile, I mean, BTU is still strong. Though it's pulled back. I mean, it's pulled back. It's funny when the market is running a bit and the energy stocks are sliding a bit. Well, let us take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from our friendly analysts this morning. See how active they've been. Actually, not that active. So let me get some of the upgrades in. I saw U.S. Steel this morning, looking pretty decent actually, and I see that Morgan Stanley has upgraded. Why in the world are they touching TAL? Morgan Stanley with an upgrade of TAL. Also with Palantir, PLTR. I gotta take a look at TAL. Shell on the move, guys. I'm hearing Shell. S-H-E-L-L. Let's take a look at TAL. I mean, why in the world would Morgan Stanley concern themselves with this little thing here? Anyway, they've given it an upgrade to overweight, raises price target to $4.40. So there you go. Okay, now I'll get some of the downgrades. And the airlines, guys, obviously with oil prices surging, big, huge component, but they're coming back a little. But big component, of course, of their costs. Let's get some of the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. See anything from Goldman. Is VET actually an earnings play? I mean, I did see VET, but I just sort of lumped it in with all the rest of them. Yeah, you're right. VET is an earnings play. All right, excuse me. I'm going to a little bit early, but I'm going to take a look at the sectors, major sectors. And see what's happening right now as the market has tried to put a bit of a comeback. So, again, if you're new, these are the major sectors. We have energy here, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Look at Oxy. Holy smokes. All you had to do is hold Oxy for a few weeks and or BTU. Anyway, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So 91% of them are right now, as we speak, above Friday's close. That's what that 90% means. So as we take a look at the other sectors, tech is only 26% of them, 17% of them. And is there any other strong sector? Strong meaning anything at least over 50% and not really. So, I mean, call utilities, but I sort of discount utilities all the time. So, let's see, I'm just looking. Yeah, so materials, materials 50, almost 50-50. But again, energy is the play right now. However, a lot of the energy stocks that I was following earlier are starting to fall as the SPY is moving higher. One moment, please. Okay. You know, it's funny. Good morning, Zach, and everybody else, of course. You guys remember when Oxy was absolutely in the tank? Look at this. Look at it down here, guys. I remember these days. It doesn't seem that long ago. You know, when Oxy was an $11, $10 stock, and there was all sorts of. I can't remember exactly what was going on. There was all sorts of internal squabbles, shareholder revolts, things like that, and that caused Oxy just all sorts of pain. Oh wow! But you know that's what what is it now? $150 or $140 price of oil right now. That's what it'll do for you. Didn't mention this one. I mean, there's just so many to talk about, really. But there's nine also, NINE, nine, through that 200-day moving average, way up here of their energy play. So this is what we're kind of seeing. We're seeing some of these even the bigger ones, some of the oil plays, and sliding as the market. Now, listen, if that market takes a big downturn again, my guess are stocks like MXC and even not even, but and the Indo. I mean, these are still up. I mean, barely up now, but they could have a big run again. So, just waiting to see what this market is going to do. Only 117. I thought I'd hit 140 in the pre-market. I thought I could have sworn I read something about that 140 or so. That's a high in 2008 was something like 150. I thought it was. I thought it said it was approaching that. Okay. Whatever it is, it's high. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnailed charts and just seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, see, look at the slide, guys. I mean, look at the slide in oil. Well, oil slide. I mean, it's all relative, of course, but some of these, high-flying oil stocks. Look at BTU. I mean, this guy was as high as what was it, 28.50 down. So it's dropped $3.50 as this market is recovering. And here's a pour some coffee. Okay, let's take a look. This LNTH, I don't know if this takes out this 53, I may take a bit and just. I know it's somewhat chasing it, but that's almost going to turn into a red bar ignored here on Thursday. There's Friday's action. I mean, this has just been incredibly strong. Look at this week it had last week, or 2 weeks ago, and then last week. Csiq, I did not get I did not see the trade of the week also email. So anyway, Csiq was the trade of the week, and it is trigger is 3114. Okay, so solar play. Well, all sorts of them on the internet, Nelson. I mean, within trade ideas, we don't have resources to teach. The only thing you can take a look at, I don't know how detailed Michael goes into this one, but if you look at my home page, go to my home page, and if you click on my link, one of the sections is education. Okay, and if you scroll down a little bit, almost to the bottom, you'll see something called Back to Basics. Okay, let me expand this. There we go. So I mean, it goes into a lot of starts off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, this is great, but it also goes into things, support and resistance trends, etc. So you might want to take a look at that. But there's all sorts of resources on the internet. I mean, regarding candle or pattern recognition. Somebody, maybe somebody in the room might want to suggest a site. I don't have one in mind. I'm not a big pattern recognition guy, so that's maybe why I don't really pay that much attention to it. Boy, the SPY is almost flat. Yeah, so these are really starting to give it up, these energy plays. Did MXC go negative, I think? Wow, MXC actually went negative. Big red candle here for BTU now, 15-minute chart. But Shell is moving higher, I think. Yeah, Shell is moving higher. Look at that bottoming tail. Look at these. I think these are just outliers, but so the other stock, of course, in play most of the last few weeks has been wheat, WEAT. Again, it is giving it up. So with this trade of the week, I mean, I believe solar is probably going to follow the energy plays to a certain extent. So we'll have to see what happens here. What's Arch doing now? Still strong though. I mean, oh man. The Limelight Network, LLNW, is getting some activity, guys. LLNW is getting some activity. Not a low float. See if there's any specific news. Trading higher after the company announces entered into a definitive agreement to acquire Yahoo's Edgecast. Okay, whatever that is. And blue is an earnings play also, guys. Blue, not good. Boy. I mean, I remember these days. I mean, I know it's 3 years ago, but I remember these days when blue was up to 230 odd dollars. It was just soaring higher and higher and higher. $4 stock now. And with no hope. I mean, they've had earnings, so such as they are. All right, so the Indo, regardless of what oil is going to do right now, like as we speak, this Indo, of course, was the big player last week, especially on Friday. So looking at these bottoming tails now, remember this got up to $53 in the pre-market. Very, but if you're going to trade this, again, I have to reiterate, 1.5 million in the float for a $44 stock is insanely low. You've got to be awfully careful. And the SPY now, I think, is basically flat. It's basically at Friday's close. Boy, that LNTH, I mean, it's so enticing. LNTH is right at the level. The last 3 days, it's basically right at the highs of the last 3 days. No volume yet, but thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute to the open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everyone. Be interesting to see, of course, obviously what happens with all these energy plays. Well, there's the pop for Indo, guys. Just keep an eye on the MXC. Okay, there's the little pop for Indo. I mean, that's a big pop, actually. You look at it. I mean, it got all the way down to 40.41 and now 47.40. Got to be awfully careful. Keep an eye on the MXC to see if it kind of follows. Sort of the cheaper version of it. All right, we are now open. Let's see. I saw Uber and Lyft. Both Uber and Lyft were having some decent action pre-market. Uber and Lyft. Okay, well, there's the LNTH. But came right back down, but it did get over that level. Wow, look at Indo, guys, right over 51 again. All right, guys, let's see if MXC follows that little pop for Indo. Not a little pop. That was a massive pop. It actually got over 50, got to 51 again. What's the market doing? Market is flattening out just a little bit. All right, well, for those of you who shorted Bed Bath and Beyond, congratulations. Now this is really giving it up. Look at that, 35 down to 28. Okay, I got to put an alert here for MXC just above this area here around the 25. See if it takes it out again. I mean, the Indo went up, down, up, down. Okay, so some of these, again, some of these little oil plays that were popping pre-market, they're nowhere near the pre-market highs, but they are starting to put in, call it, market highs. Hood, guys, Hood. Hood is starting to move here. Hood, H-O-O-D, Hood. Well, there is the AXA. Well, it's a pink sheet stock, though. I did not realize. That's why I could never get the right bid and ask. Okay, but in what's the volume like? Well, if you don't mind playing the pinks, I mean, this is the one I was watching on Friday, seeing if it would start to move with the other ones. Didn't really do it. But anyway, it's a pink sheet stock. I actually saw some analysts decided to upgrade Clove. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, CLOV, somebody upgraded. Probably, I know Shady, you're in this, so I know you were aware of this whole area here, around that 270 mark. Well, okay, guys, CLF. And there's the Hood, the Hood. Wow, look at Hood. And CLF, now had the pullback. We can call this an energy play. Let's take a look at US Steel after that upgrade. So it had the pullback also. And let's take a look at Freeport, FCX. I'm sure they're all doing kind of, well, actually Freeport is not. Okay, guys. Keep an eye, look at Indo, boy, Indo takes out 50 again. This could just drag MXC with it. Yeah, IMPP was halted on the way up, yes. Okay, guys, MXC on the move here, as is Indo. Indo breaking 50. Yeah, the IMPP was halted on the way up. Another crazy one from, a few days ago. This is 66-cent stock. What, maybe a couple of weeks ago? $5 now. Well, guys, there goes the MXC. MXC and Indo following. Well, I'm sorry. Indo, in my opinion, is dragging MXC up. And Indo just got halted. And would it surprise me if MXC got halted? Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just fascinated by what's happening. FCX actually, yeah, FCX is not following the CLF. Let me just make sure of that now. CLF. Yeah, it's interesting to me. I mean, this is a CLF. Usually they trade in tandem, unless there's some specific news on FCX, but this is really giving it up. Meanwhile, yeah, there's FCX is hitting my breaking down and volume scan in a big way. It's early. You know, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so it is early. A lot of you were playing JBR last week. GBR, another really, really cheap energy play. Held today even, it held the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, Bank of America getting thumped here. BAC. We've got maybe some support around 38 or so, or sorry, yeah, 38.20 or so. But boy, I mean, Freeport really giving it up here. Well, Indo, guys, I mean, there is no, again, be super careful. I mentioned this one right about here as it was moving. 46, put on $7. The pre-market high was, we have anywhere at 53. Actually, I can see the pre-market high looks like it was really upper, yeah, about $53. All right, now watch these energy plays, okay? See if they start to rebound here. Look at the SPY now. That's the first 15-minute candle. It is getting to be a deep red, all right? So keep an eye on the energy plays now. Well, I don't know if you call it energy. I mean, it's deep sea freight transportation. So, I mean, it's not a pure energy play. You're talking IMPP, not IMMP. So, all right, how is the trade of the week doing now? Now that Csiq, there you go, guys. So, okay, so the trade of the week, 31.14 is the trigger, was the trigger. It got down to in the pre-market, so you could have, if you'd wanted to, taken it in the pre-market. But this is, obviously it's a solar play, and with energy, it could have a run. Take a look at the solar sector, take a look at TAN, and see what it is doing. So if you're going to play Csiq, I'd be paying attention to what the sector is doing also. TAN. There goes U.S. Steel, guys. So you got to watch this FCX to see if it bounces here. But there's U.S. Steel. FCX, see if Freeport bounces here. You know, it got all the way down to what, 47. So it has had a bounce, but For some reason, it was really selling off, whereas CLF and X, of course, are just soaring here. Well, pink sheet play, guys, AXIS. So if you didn't mind taking a pink sheet stock, I mean, this one was just was about let's see, about a 33%. Well, there it is, 33% increase. Didn't have to do the math; it was doing it right there for me. 33% increase. Wow, look at Indo now. So you got to be awfully careful, okay? You cannot wander away from your computer when you're playing these, these low float stocks, especially these super expensive ones. All right, well, we have some of the EV plays. China EV, NIO, what's the next high looking left, is 2029, so I guess it has not that much room. NIO, but it is moving. I did see plug in the pre-market. EV play, of course. I did see plug in the pre-market. But it's early. Meanwhile, the airlines are getting kicked. Take a look at jets. So here is the ETF. So it had a little run here. I don't know what was happening. What was the price of oil falling a bit? Man, I really don't know. But now look at this. And we're talking CCL, so the cruisers, the airlines, all being hit here. I'm sure they're all very oil intensive in terms of their component of doing business. So CCL, AAL, even Macy's getting a bit of a thumping here. Macy's getting a thumping. Wow. I mean, we're getting close to the 200-day moving average, but not quite $1 away for Macy's. M. No, MXC is halted on the way down. Yes. It finally did get halted. Indo did resume. Yeah, so that's a big drop percentage-wise, 550, but $1 drop. Look at this. So that's why, I mean, in the first 15 minutes, things can be absolutely crazy. So all right, that first 15-minute candle is almost closed, and that is a red bar. And so let's take a look at what the markets are doing. So the Dow is down quite a bit, Nas is down, SPY is down. So all right, wheat's putting a little bit of a pop here. There's some volume coming in. WEAT putting a little bit of a pop. All right, so this is still reasonably strong, this MARPS, okay? Now you got to be careful. Another crazy low float, 1.6 million in the float. Be really careful if you're even looking at this one. It did hit 1350 or so in the pre-market. So, I mean, it says, $3 to get to that level. So, meanwhile, Cleveland Cliffs is just soaring here. I didn't even see this. So WeWork. Are you kidding me? WeWork. I thought they were dead. So WeWork just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. 13 million shares available to short, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. It's an all-time low, of course, for we. Is there any news on it? Any news on WeWork? All right. Well, first of all, there was a headline that said we were trading higher after the company said it would not be issuing additional equity. Okay, so that actually hit the pre-market. So that caused a little bit of a pop here, but I don't know. Investors are jaded about that news, I guess. Okay, we are 15 minutes in. Now is when I start to look a little more seriously about some of these things. Maybe some of them have kind of settled down a bit. This is a BCEL, gap down and go down. So, but remember, this had a huge pop after, not after, well, it had a big pop after hours, but it had a huge move in the last 15 minutes on Friday, closing way up here and then pre-market. All right, I got to keep an eye on this WE, WeWork. I'm going to stick an alert down here around 446 or so and see if it takes it out later. Meanwhile, the airlines, guys, UAL, JetBlue, you name it, AAL, all getting thumped here. It's funny, it's almost, I mean, I have no idea, I didn't see any news. It's almost like the price of oil was dropping or something. You know, you could just sort of see this run here. Okay, yeah, SQSP, actually, I was really hoping this one would drop, but it's actually having a pop, and it's actually gone positive. Wow. I mean, this was an all-time low down here, guys. An all-time low. This is an earnings play. Big recovery. Big recovery from $6 recovery. Wow. Yeah, well, congratulations, those of you who took the short on Bed Bath and Beyond. You are laughing. You know, even if you didn't get it right at the top here. You know what? I got to take a look at the energy plays now. I just want to go to the dock channel bar, and I'm sure, remember when we last looked, they were 90% of them were up. Now look at this. So you can see exactly what happened. You know, when we looked about 10 minutes before the market opened, 90% of those energy plays that make up XLE were above Friday's close. Look at this now. So a lot of them have slid. Now it's not even 50-50. Now there's no other sector is really ripping, but this one absolutely gave it up. As we speak, you know, we look at this, I don't know, 15 minutes from now, it could be different again. Yeah, that little hood rat is still moving here. HOOD, probably coming into some resistance around the 12 mark. Yeah, Schlumberger is now interesting because this is certainly a call. Come on, load. support activities for oil and gas. Okay, so the support activities seem to be faring better than the actual energy stocks themselves. And here is one, KLXE. Okay, gap down and reverse. So now, wow, what a pop for BTU. So this is fascinating, guys. I mean, look, all the energy stocks were most of them were dropping as the SPY was moving higher, and now they're coming back as the SPY is moving lower. So there is this correlation. Oops, just give me a moment here. Give me a moment here, guys. Just having to make an adjustment. Okay, there we go. All right, well, we got one moving here. International Money Express. I don't think I've heard of them before. Didn't see, well, they had some action in the pre-market, but I think I was just concentrating so much on the oil stocks, energy plays. I completely missed this one. IMXI. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's actually not a bad spread. 1804, 1809. Not quite an all-time high, getting close though. The next high looking left is 1896. So this has about $1 before it hits that next high. All right, guys, sorry about that. I just had to make some adjustments to some lists. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond. Man, oh man, he stuck with that short. Well, so far, the trade of the week is working. 31.14 was the trigger. Takes this out, guys. Look out. I mean, this whole area up here. The next high looking left is, what, 33 or so. Look at the monthly chart. I mean, the monthly chart really tells the story, too, for Csiq. I mean, then the next high over here is way up here at 39. So well, look at these oil plays now, surging back. MRO, look at, I mean, so many of them are going to look like this. And now look at the big surge for Marathon, MRO. Yeah, there's the P-bot, look at this. 22, 26, $4 pop for BTU. Let's take a look at XLE. Just take a look at the sector itself. XLE, yeah, little pop as Zach was saying. So it's been choppy like heck, but let's see if this sort of settles down and then starts to have a more steady run. Yeah, meanwhile, BRN, I keep hearing, look at BRN. Another energy super, well, it's a big flow, 4.8 million compared to the 1 million of the other two, MXC and Indo. But I'm kind of kidding, but look at BRN. I mean, this has got a ton of room. Let's take a look at that monthly chart. Well, 470 is the next high, and after that, we're talking 7 for BRN. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying that's what you look at. Look left to see how much further could it go before it hits the the next high. U.S. Steel, boy, oh boy, look at U.S. Steel. Upgrade this morning. Meanwhile, WTI, I keep hearing over and over again. This is probably right here. Crude. So another energy play. Yeah, look at Tripcom, TCOM. All the way down here, TCOM. Whoa, guys! I mean, you got to be careful. But look at Indo. I mean, it's hard not to look at these. I mean, that's a $10 pop from the low here, and MXC is sort of being tugged along with it. MXC, not quite as dynamic as Indo. Indo has at least taken out the pre-market highs at, I mean, well, or closer to the pre-market highs than is MXC. Meanwhile, the airlines, I mean, just getting trashed here. JetBlue, I mean, pick an airline. Take a look at Jets. Take a look at Jets, the ETF. Look at this. You got halted on the way up. Yeah, I got halted. So, I mean, but choppy, guys. Just be really careful. And this is even, I mean, it's not the crazy low float. 12.5 million in the float. Very low still. But, I mean, look what happened after one of the halts. It got all the way down to 437. Now it's popped up, yes. But just be careful. I don't know where you're going to put your stops if you take this. Remember Uber at the beginning? Remember Uber and Lyft? Boy. Now look at them. Now Rocket Companies, RKT. Wow, Indo. Oh man. MXC is not following yet, really. Maybe I put an alert at the high here, 28 or so, just to see if it can really start catching up to Indo, which is, I don't want to say it. Halliburton, HAL, and probably Rig. I bet your Rig is doing, yeah, Rig and Halliburton. Nova. Well, CNR is a buyout, so I don't know if it's going to move that much. CNR is a buyout, okay? In case you didn't know. Here's your clue, of course, on a buyout when it stock is basically flat lines. Wheat halt on the way up or on the way down? Yeah, interesting. This is a news halt. Yeah, this is a news halt, not a volatility halt. Okay, guys, VET is an earnings play today. Of course, an energy play. VET is an earnings play, so it's got two things going for it. It's in the right sector, and obviously reinstating a dividend is cash surge. Okay, so they're reinstating a dividend, and that is for VET, VET. So this gets, I mean, take a look left and see what sort of resistance it's got. 2234 is the next high. This is back in 2019, so not quite 2 years ago. 3 years, not quite 3 years ago. I keep forgetting we're 2022 now. All right, so we did not, how about puke? Sorry, PUK, what is it doing? 2725, so life insurance company. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but not really doing much. Look left, and the next lows are around 24, so it's got some room on the weekly, on the monthly, just not really that active. It's a UK stock. Well, the next high for IMPP, if you look left on that daily chart, is 718. So it's got room still before it hits the next high. You know, about a little over $1 from that. All right, guys. Keep an eye on MXC. Indo is now a new high. Indo is now a new high. Okay, well, briefly anyway. And let's see if it drags the MXC with it. Yeah, it's hard to look at anything other than, well, even solar plays. I mean, look at Csiq. So solar, well, energy. I guess we'll call it, lump it in with the energy plays. Solar, Csiq, trade of the week, doing fine. And look at this, 33. Takes out that 33, you know, just look left. I mean, it's still got some room. Meanwhile, Bed Bath & Beyond, maybe putting a base in. And uranium play, CCJ. Let's take a look at the uranium ETF, URA. And it's got some room. 25 is the next high, so a little bit of room for the for uranium. Man, meanwhile the airlines continue. UAL. The reason I just hear these on the daily on the breakdown, breaking down on volume. You know, it just over and over and over again these. Well, the tale of two sectors. I mean, look at the airlines, and look at the energy plays. You know, breaking up, and these are breaking down in volume. As Zach says, I mean, just keep it up. Just watch energy today, right now, anyway. Energy, a uranium play, the quadruple U. Wow. Indo. A little disappointed that WeWork did not really break down. Not yet, anyway. All right, look at Bumble, guys. Oh, Bumble. This is an earnings play tomorrow after the market closes. BMBL, all-time low now for BMBL. Well, look what's moving, guys. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, Husa, they're a super cheap one. And USEG was on my list anyway. Let's see if it's really following. Not yet. I mean, it did in the pre-market, but maybe it'll start to follow. No, I'm not pumping MXC, guy. Whoever's mentioned that, I'm not pumping it. I'm just saying you got to be aware that it could be dragged along with the Indo. That's all. I mean, look at Indo, $60 now. You got to be aware of it. That's all I'm saying. All right, guys. Indo halted again. Yes. Just when do you think, that has to be the biggest candle you're going to see? Look at this on the daily chart. All right, guys, bumble, bumble, bumble. Ah, cannot get a fill. I could not get a fill. I was trying to get a fill up here. It's not down 8%, but or 10%, but I don't know if it was down 10% on Friday. I don't know if that uptick rule is still in effect, but you're just moving too quickly. Try to get a short in the 1680 level. Could not get one. We're just moving too quickly. And this one, guys, well, not Delta, STLA. What are you doing? So this is an all-time low right now, STLA. We don't count the pre-market, of course. It got down to 14 in the pre-market. You know what? Stick an alert down here. Stick an alert, 14. See if it takes it out. That would be a true lifetime low if you include the pre-market action. All right, where could Indo open? Not a big clue yet. I'm just looking at the bid ask and not really a big clue. Meanwhile, wheat is still halted for news. Bumble. Here's another one, China stock, BZ, lifetime low. BZ, lifetime low. All right, INPP resumed higher. Wow, what did I mention here? I said the next high was 718. So much for that. And now the next high is 830. And this would be an all-time high if it hits up this area here. INPP. And there's okay guys, now the USCG may be trying to catch up a little bit to things like the HUSA, HUSA, another very low float. I guess you shouldn't have, Chris, no. But this Indo Open will be really interesting. So the Indo, let's see now, 10:10. What time is it now? So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Oh, it just opened. It just opened. Just opened. So the Gap had earnings on Friday and not a great reaction, obviously. The initial reaction was pretty good. And then it sold off the balance of the day. Now the Gap is over 15 and the high was 16. So this has got some room. Of course, it's a bigger float than the other ones that we're looking at. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right, Zach. I mean, it depends what's going to happen with it, but this has been insane from 41 up to 62, $20 pop in less than half an hour for Indo. Anyway, well, I just have to wait and see. Ija, I can see you. So you're back as Ija. I can see you. All right, guys, Billy on the way down. BILI on the way down, almost an all-time low. How's that BZ doing? Other China company, BZ. Adios, Chris. Nice for you to pop in. Boy, just the airlines. I got to keep looking at jets to see if there's any sort of support with this one. Jets, JETS, 1649. Man, oh man. So all the airlines are just, again, with the price of oil skyrocketing, huge component of their cost of doing business. So well, moment of truth right now, guys. If you're you're watching these, look at the Indo. It's a moment of truth right here. Maybe topping tail, a little bottoming tail. Let's see if the sellers maintain control or the buyers are going to pile in again. CKX is halted now. CKX, what do you do? Lessers of other real estate properties. CKX is halted. Halted on the way down. Oh wow! I mean, I'm just Unilever, even Unilever, UL. So the market, 45 minutes, guys. 45 minutes on that open, straight down. Well, it's a broken record, but I mean, look, oil and gas, anything energy related, BKR, SLB, NOV, take your pick. If you're not into the like a super, excuse me, the super low floaters. I mean, we've got all these ones with this has almost 1,909,000,000 in the float. BKR. Okay, well, it may not be over. I just had an alert set for Indo at 58. It took it out, and let's see if this drags the rest of them up again. All these cheap, low float energy plays. I'm gonna remove my vest. It is steaming in here. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, first of all, look at Indo back over 60. Again, let's see if it drags these little ones along with it, like the HUSAs and the USEGs. Understanding the trader mentality, those who missed out on Indo, and are just looking at some other really cheap one, not necessarily, I'm not saying USEG is going to get to 60, but it's all they're looking at. Low float energy plays to see what if these can do anything similar to what Indo is doing. Anyway, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And as always, I'll start off with my homepage. There is a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have this promo on. Now, in theory, it'll be over 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? The test drive sale, that is the promo to use, the promo code to use, 20% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. So there's the premium and standard annual monthly. Of course, take 20% off that. So that brings that premium annual down to $1,600, the standard down to $800. All right. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, if you don't know you want our program, please start off with a monthly. You can take that 20% off that first month. All right. And if you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor that 20%. If you decide you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's okay. This is what you'll pay going forward, though. Now, free stuff. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right here. Csiq is this week's. I got my little furry friend is wanting some attention. Just Csiq is this week's, and the trigger was 31.14. So another decent start to the trade of the week. Of course, last week's was Arch, and the trigger was 118. So look at this. Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course not. But boy, take advantage when they are. Stock of the day video I do at noon Eastern. That is free. All the education right here. So most of it is geared, obviously specifically to trade ideas. We have a user guide, great user guide. Click on the user guide, and you can see we've got some sections here that you can take a look at. The alert windows, top list windows. You want to know more about stock racing, you can click here. We've got some text. We've got 2 videos. So before you ask a lot of questions, you should take a look at this user guide because a lot is already covered in this user guide. Most everything. Full table of contents, searchable. I would probably, though, take a look at the introductory lessons first, just to give you an idea about the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, which we nickname Holly. Daily support session. So in our YouTube room, which I moderate at the same time, I take a break at noon. Another one of the traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. Should be Sean. Sean is an option player. So if you're interested in trading, we don't scan for options as such, but he is an option trader. So you can ask him questions about options if you want, and other general trade ideas questions, of course, not just options, but that's his specialty. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. When I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over there if you want. And daily webinars, so we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation this week. So you can sign up for all the webinars here. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? So this is a great introduction to trading, okay? So those sections are all free. If you want my scans, though, you obviously have to be a subscriber. So here are the scans that I am sharing, okay? You can take a look at them. So a lot of information right here. These two sections, a lot of information. If you save my link, then you can look at them anytime you want. These two sections, anytime you want. So let me size my screen again. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. Look at this market. 1, 2, 3. So there's an hour straight down. An hour straight down. So we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. And it doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. So I showed you that I'm sharing some of my scans. Okay. You know what? I'm going to deviate from my normal spiel because what I also want to do then is just show you in the channel bar. So I'm sharing my scans. But you can also have a lot of access to other scans right here. If you click on, from our toolbar, click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. So if I click on Momentum as an example, if I thought I wanted this one, for instance, I look at this alert window called Momo. If I want to see what it's looking for, I just right-click, Configure, Summary. Okay, and then it's going to tell me exactly what it's looking for. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, that's why we get these alerts. I know this APPH has been super active. So if you like this one, you could save it to the cloud. And all I'm really trying to show you here is that you can go through the different channels. You go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like. Now, if you wanted to, of course, you can make a change. If you didn't like this price range, you can change it. Just like my scans, you can make a change to the price range or, you know, the minimum volume or anything else. But if you just like it the way it is, save it to the cloud, go through the different channels, extract these the scans to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, and thereby creating a layout of scans that either you've taken from me or from this channel bar, so you didn't have to know how to create a scan from scratch in the first place, okay? And then you can create your own layout. You can add a single stock window if you want, some charts, etc. There's no app. Well, I do have Momo on my other screen, okay? So I do have Momo. There's no app. Well, this is the app. I mean, you're looking at the downloadable application. This is the app. If you're talking about like a phone app or something, no. But I mean, this is the application, as I call it, okay? So we have a web-based version, but I mean, if you have a PC, use this. Download the application. This is what you'll see. It is way more robust. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can do it. So this is an example of a scan, the basic new highs. So if I right-click, configure, you always start off with some filters, all right? So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, 400,000 shares, etc. All I'm trying to do is show you the concept of when you create your own scans, you would always start off with some filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you'll have some kind of a trigger. In this case, I'm looking for stocks that are making new highs for the day. So if these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these ones. These are ones making new lows for the day with filters in place, okay? Now the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. If you right-click, configure, and search, these are all the alerts that we have. Okay, I'm going to scroll down. When we get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. But please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. You know, the whole idea is that we say, well, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So if we create enough alerts and filters, the majority of our thousands of customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You obviously don't have to learn them all. Okay? Well, Jerry, you're in a free room, okay? So one of the things we do is this is a marketing, we use this for marketing. So, you know, at about 10:30 every day, I go over my spiel. So you're in a free room, and that's, you know, we use it for marketing purposes also. But a lot of other traders in the room, you don't just have to listen to me. You know, a lot of other traders are in the room, and they're talking about stocks, so. Well, Jerry, because most of the people are still here, and a lot of times people don't hang around for the rest of the day. Okay? Now, if you have our AI, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would watch it like this. I would click on New from a toolbar, and then AI/Ollie Strategy Trades window. Okay? This is what you'll see. Okay, these are the alerts so far. The profitable ones, I click on the profitable, so I only want to see the ones that are working. I don't care about the ones that aren't. I'm not an auto trader, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm not taking every trade. And you know, I don't take every trade in the AI also. But that's how I like to follow it. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's how I like to follow it. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, and one last thing here on Brokerage Plus. That window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Yeah, Jerry, you should go into the Stocks Only tab. You're in the off topic, so go in the Stocks Only. I mean, a lot of other traders in the room. And you know, we have a lot of ideas in the room if you go to the Stocks Only. Not just about my telling you what to buy and sell all day long. Brokerage Plus. So what is Brokerage Plus? If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means that this feature is not available. That's all it means. Okay? Meanwhile, guys, from that 10-day daily breakdown, turned out to be not a bad little trade. The PUK, the alert was at 27.25. You can see there's the arrow showing you the candle in the 15-minute chart and the 5-minute chart, in the 2-minute chart where the alert happened. So it's drifting down, and that is from the 5-day daily breakdown. Now, in order to use this Brokerage Plus window, you have to be using our application. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. Now, the other way I really like to highlight this is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, practice trading first, okay? You can use our simulator, which uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who doesn't make any difference who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker, okay? If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, you can practice trading using our real-time simulator. Very simple to do. Notice it says not connected right now. You click on Sim, wait for this to change from not connected to select account. When it says that, you click on it and just Select simulated trading default. It'll be, and then now you're in simulation mode. Now you can practice trading. Simple to do. You just click on an alert. Symbol shows up. How many shares you want to trade. The price you want to get in at. If you're going to go long, you buy it. If you're going to short it, you sell it. Okay. I'll go over some of this later on, but please practice trading first. Meanwhile, the poor airline stock just getting hammered here. Well, let's take a look at a gold play, AU as an example. Another one that was very active last week, SBSW, Sabanye. Yeah, so look at this with that news that Csiq just posted. And here's sort of well, it's not an ETF, but Sprott. So with that news, I guess, precious metals, etc. Always long. There's never a short. There's never a short idea. Most people don't want to short, so it triggered at what, 31.14. So excuse me. I mean, it was already above that in the pre-market. Can't possibly know that that's going to happen, of course, when Trade of the Week is released on Sunday, but had an opportunity on a pullback to get it around that 31.45 mark. How you trade it, of course, up to you. Got all the way up to 33 before it pulled back. Well, the theme of the day, guys, is just, I mean, the airlines and the cruisers on the way down. I mean, as a sector, if you want to call it a sector, obviously the airline sector, CCL does not fall into the, but similar. So CCL, my guess is that NCLH has to be doing the same thing, sure, and RCL. And then you pick an airline, doesn't matter, I'm sure which airline. All, because of oil prices, huge component, of course, to their cost of doing business. I see wheat resume. So what was the big reason? Report suspension of creations in ETF. Well, this is the news. I can't. Don't want to. Somebody could analyze that, figure out what that all means. But so that was the news for wheat. That's why I got halted for news. Was not a volatility halt. Appears to be shrugging it off. Meanwhile, Bed Bath & Beyond, anybody holding that one from the pre-market on the short is just laughing now. So for something completely different, let's take a look at Skechers. SKX is on the way down. SKX. Maybe coming into a support area around that 33, 34 mark, looking at the monthly chart. Oh man, the Bumble, I just couldn't get it where I wanted to. Way up here. BMBL. All-time low now. Continuing down. Not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the relative volume, it's only 5. It's got to be 8 to make that scan, but I mean, it doesn't mean you can't take a short that's not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown, but man, oh man. Another disaster IPO. Okay, Ocean Pal Incorporated. Okay, now I typically do not see anything under $1. This must have just briefly hit $1 because yeah, there it is. So there's OP, guys. Deep sea freight transportation. Look at the gap this has got. So if this sort of follows like what MARPS and a couple of the other ones did, I mean, look out. I mean, look at the gap this has got. The next high is 147. 19 million in the float, so it is not crazy low. It's certainly low, but it's not crazy low. Boy, I haven't even had a chance to look at your bounce plays or topping plays, Zach. I mean, it's just been so active. I'm sure there's been some stellar ones, especially on the tops. But all the tops, they're all energy related. I mean, yeah, take your pick. Nova. HP. Boy, these energy plays. Remember these days, guys. I mean, energy was in the tank. Okay, all these are energy plays, of course, in the watch list, but it's been, they've been choppy. How's this one on the short side? AI, boy, this one 1983, underneath 20. This is not quite the all-time low. The all-time low is down here at 1866. It got down, yeah, it's not quite an all-time low. AI. Whoa, keep an eye on Indo, guys. Oh, look at this. Higher lows. Well, let's see. Bed Bath & Beyond, will it take out 24? Even Under Armour. Under Armour's getting kicked here. Under Armour. Nobody wants to work out. Under Armour. Let's see. The next low looking left on the monthly is 1134. Well, I'm just, over and over and over again. Delta, UA, JetBlue, Love, LUV. Wow, look at this market. Remember, at one point, the market was basically neutral. At one point, when we opened, since the market opened, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half. Little bit of a pause here, but basically an hour and a half down. Whoa, Bed Bath & Beyond, look at. Would it surprise anybody if it went back to from whence it came? Would it surprise? Well, there's a 200-day moving average. I know there's actually news. It is not just the Reddit crew or the Wall Street Bets crew that has got a hold of this. I mean, there was actually some news about somebody maybe going to be buying them. All right, guys, just kind of looking at the AI, seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. Well, speaking of the VWAP, I know you guys probably have been talking about it, but there's wheat, 1155, holding the VWAP, 1146. So it's at 1155 right now, kind of holding the VWAP. You know, guys, this STLA is getting closer and closer to the pre-market lows. I mean, it's an all-time low when you don't count the pre-market, STLA. Yeah, run. So that's so. Excuse me. SCIQ should still be doing pretty well. This will be. I mean, you can see what it did. It got right to the high of 4 days ago, which is 33, and it got to 33.04 before it just stalled a bit. Now there, oh man, there it is. I mean, it's at the it's at the pre-market low now, STLA. Again, this nothing will surprise me. I don't know where this BBBY is going, but nothing will surprise me if it goes all the way back. Yeah, I mean, trading Indo is not easy. Obviously not easy with these 10, 20 point swings. But, I mean, if it takes out this high here, look out, 62.55. I mean, traders will look at that and probably go, all right, why not? Well, and it just did it. Dare I say it, guys, about the Indo? You know what I want to say. Somebody in the room is going to know exactly what I. Yeah. No, not the got the tree. Yeah, you got it, Ferris, and somebody else, Cosman. I mean, it's insane. And halted? Yeah, halted. Why not? Why not? Put an alert down here at 20 for Bed Bath & Beyond. 2066, 2027. What a fall. Wow. 35, 22. Sort of meme. I mean, there was actually news, Mike, for Bed Bath & Beyond. There was actually some call it legitimate news. So I'm not saying, and the memers I'm sure got a hold of it, but so it wasn't just a pure meme stock. Now, coming into that 200-day moving average, will that hold it? Speaking about meme stocks, look at GME, in danger of giving up 100. Oh, of course they've run it before, of course. But when they were running it before, it was on like nothing. They was just, okay, let's pile in on this one today. But, the reason for the pop was, call it quote unquote legitimate news. Where could this open? Where could Indo open? The last time I looked, there was really no big clue. And all I'm doing is I'm just looking at time and sales, and there's no real clue. Time and sales with Interactive Brokers. There is your halt. Usually you start to see the bid and ask, but there's no clue whatsoever. See the bid and ask, and if you're in this one, of course you want to see the bid and ask above that 65.54 halt price, but meanwhile, the other farmland partners, so what exactly do they do? Yeah, farm. So, anything to do with, growing things, other than cannabis, really. Cannabis is still, cannabis is still just a mess. Anyway, but anything but growing things, like the wheat, we had corn, soybeans, etc. So I'm sorry, why did I mention that? This was the FPI. What a morning. This is flowing by. Well, there's no real clue where it's going to open. That's kind of the issue, isn't it? MXC, though, is starting to run a little bit in anticipation, maybe. I don't know. All right, so Indo open, guys. Indo did open. And it actually opened, and it got like a minor pop up, and then a really big pullback down. So, yeah, you want volatility? You got it on these. Yeah, potash, you're right. IPI, remember, looking at this one wow, $75 many years ago. Yeah, I mean fertilizer. So MOS I think is a strong also. No, that's not the right one. MO, sorry. Yeah, no, MOS. I'm right. Yeah, look at MOS if you're wanting maybe more of a name company. I don't think there was a huge. No, actually, this isn't Canada. Are you in Saskatoon? No, Calgary. Okay, yeah. There's biggest. I think the biggest potash mine is in Saskatchewan in Canada, but I think they're private now. I think the government. There was all sorts of controversy about it years and years ago, selling. Meanwhile, Bed Bath and Beyond, guys, is challenging that 200-day 2183, so it's getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. All right, so wheat, we were just looking at this a little while ago. 1145 is the VWAP, so it's now starting to, drift down below that VWAP, guys. How is Beyond Meat doing? Somebody's mentioning Beyond Meat in our YouTube room. Another all-time low, right at an all-time low, Beyond Meat, BYND. Meanwhile, I just mentioned this Farmland Partners, FPI, another fairly low float, 24 million in the float. Not quite an all-time high. I guess the all-time highs are over here. All right. Well, some of your topping plays now, like in the the gold and silver, Zach. I know you know this. I'm just looking at some of these topping plays now. Tapestry, TPR. What are you doing? TPR on the way down. Boy, this is the one I used to always think was the leader in the DC freight transportation front line. Maybe completely wrong, of course, but there it is, making a new high and over 10. Okay, guys, just watching TPR. U.S. Steel just made another new high, guys. X made another new high. What a run it's been on, of course. How now? I want to take a look at FCX to see if it rebounded. I'm sorry, FXC. Had it right the first time. Freeport. So did not really. Freeport did not rebound like the others. Well, actually, X and SLB and all did not rebound, or CLF. There was no rebound. They just went up. Okay, guys, there's your Indo. There may be your answer. Is it going to not looking like it wants to drop anytime soon? This one started, you know, BORR. This one kind of started this little drilling oil and gas wells. You know, this goes $2, $3.59 now. Then a lot of them followed after this one. This is just a little guy, of course, but it's got 110 million in the float. Wow, look at that L. I'm not in it, guys. It's just a little too whippy. I should just make up my mind if I want to take it over 53 and just hold some. But there's the LNTH. Talk about this in the pre-market. You've been incredibly strong, had earnings here, maybe some other news, and just kept moving higher and higher. Little pause on Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, basically the same highs. And now here we are taking this out. Are you a new trader, Nora? First of all, 100 trades? Really? You want to take out? I don't know if there's a, it probably is a limit. Probably is a limit. 100 trades is a lot. So my guess is that 100 is a limit. I mean, you know, remember now, this is a simulator. I mean, we can't have thousands of our customers taking thousands of trades. So I guess there is a limit. Okay, there's wheat. Guys, what does... Oh my goodness. Indo pushing is no kidding, is it pushing? All right, MXC trying to follow suit. Well, you know what? Again, I'm not going to say it. Others have said it for me regarding the Indo. Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing. You too, my trades. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything, it's funny, DWAC is doing zip. Really, DWAC is doing nothing other than, well, dropped a lot. I shouldn't say doing zip, I guess, but yeah, there we go, 71 now. The irrational exuberance, absolutely. Now, how can this happen? How can this happen, right? Look at this daily candle. Like it's this one, you would have thought, well, how can anything go from 21 to 43 or 46? How can you get a bigger daily candle? Well, here's your answer. You can. And how? Look at the float. 1.5 million in the float. I'm just surprised that the MXC is not being tugged along a little bit more by it, but hey. GRU, did I hear GRU? What do you do? GRU, Commodity Index Extra Grains. These things, which I've never, ever, ever seen on my scanner, but of course they're coming out because of wheat and corn and soybeans, etc., etc. So I've never seen this one before. Let me take a look at it again. GRU. Commodity Index Extra Grains. So my guess is that wheat is falling. WEAT is falling a little bit. Yep. Below now the VWAP. Oh, okay, guys. This this is completely flip sectors and all. This SQSP has just been huge, huge comeback after earnings. I mean, it looked terrible. I was expecting this one to fall or to come into my 10-day daily breakdown, and well, look what happened. I mean, it's actually gone positive now. And look at here. We have a market that is maybe going to have a bit of a bounce in it. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Almost, we had an hour and 45 minutes down. The last two are green. Well, what time is it? 11:18. So this one's got another 11 minutes to close. 11 and a half minutes to close. Well, your bounce play should start to work now. I mean, I'm probably really this is ungettable. MD, we see some of these, don't we? In your bounce plays. No, I'm not picking on your bounce plays, Zach, of course, but with some of these was like really crazy bottoming tails. You get the alert. No way to get the actual trade though. It happens. I don't. It happens every now and then. Okay, guys, so GME is still challenging that 100. I know a lot of you follow this GME. It had a little pop up, and now that was short lived. GME challenging 100. Looks like there's decent support just underneath. If you're looking to play a bounce off that support. GME has earnings later this month, March 23rd, such as they're going to be. Well, let's take a look at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there is a bottoming tail at Interactive Brokers also. Another grower, ICL, is that another grower? Phosphatic fertilizer, yeah. An all-time high, yeah, ICL, an all-time high. What's the float like? So they're out of Israel, $500 million in the float, so it's a big float. Shouldn't be quite as crazy, but as a steady play, who knows? I mean, see, Csiq was another one that last week I saw. Yeah, so Csiq is not following. Had two great days. Well, Schlumberger has been just ripping. Support activity. So you would think, now did it, no, you know what? I mean, it's trying to take out all that stuff on the monthly right here. All right, where was the next high looking left for this FPI? You got to go back to, well, not that long ago, I guess, last year, May of last year. But it's getting close to an all-time high, FPI. So it's funny how some of these sectors you don't really think about have been just, ripping along with energy. Now this one is a lot like seed. Used to always trade, well, not always, but Y10 used to trade a lot like with seed, but this is starting to drop. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, there's a Csiq now is at that really important 33 level. Again, why? I mean, just look left, okay? You see 33, it's 4 days ago, the high 4 days ago. After that, if it can take that out, then you're looking at 33.58. You're looking at 33.63. Still got some work to get through this. Yeah, this could be a really short-lived rally, a very short-lived rally, guys. Okay, what are you doing? VIVK, Vivacor, Clean Energy, okay, so not a big deal compared to the rest of the sectors. Okay, guys, things have finally settled down a little bit for me in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. It's not going absolutely crazy right now. So I added this similar to, okay? The reason I did this is because, of course, on Friday afternoon, when we were watching the Indo rip higher and higher and higher, Csiq mentioned MXC. And so that was similar, of course, in the sector. So that's why we brought this out, and let me show you what I'm doing here. So we took this, and so these are now stocks that are in the sector. And so what we were seeing, of course, is not just MXC, but we're seeing the HUSA, we're seeing a lot of other stocks doing the same thing. So in the sector. So, that was obviously the sector to really concentrate on. Friday afternoon, really all day. Now, what you can do is this is where it is, okay? I mean, you see the tab here, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to see it all the time. So that's why I broke it out and stuck it over here so I can see it all the time. Now, right now, of course, energy sector is very, very active. But next week, who knows? Maybe the EV sector, maybe something else. So what you can do is if you want to follow a sector all day long, okay, and these are two right there. So you can just click on the similar in the single stock window. So you click on the similar, and then you right click and you pop it out. When you pop it out, now it becomes a top list, okay? Now you can take this and now you can customize it. So in other words, you might want a certain price range, a minimum volume, all those sorts of things, okay? But the idea then really though is, again, tomorrow we may have a different sector that might be super, super exciting to watch all day. And so when you find it, you can just pop it out and then you can track those stocks in the sector. And you can actually turn this into an alert window if you wanted to. But I'm just trying to show you how you can do something like that. Follow a favorite sector. Meanwhile, BLMN Brands, BLMN has been just getting kicked also. Wow, guys, look at Indo. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it, but you all know what I'm thinking. Yeah, okay, so the question was, how do we do that again? I'll show you again. Okay, so you have the single stock window. One of the tabs is similar. Okay, so you click on it. Okay, now you're going to see this. And then you right click and you pop it out. And when you do that, now it is a top list, and now you can do anything you want with it. You can change the price range. You can just customize your top list exactly as you want to see it. Okay? So it's not so much a favorite sector necessarily. Well, it could be. I mean, if you, but I mean, obviously this is an energy play, and so you're going to see crude petroleum and natural gas extraction. Here they are. My way of thinking more is like following a sector for the day that is really active. But if you want to follow your own sector, you can do so. So at a glance then, you start to see, okay, great, this one is ripping. I wonder if there's one that's not quite ripping yet, but maybe it's got good volume. What I want them to do, Brad, if you're listening, I know he's not listening, is I want them to put a minimum volume in this column, because sometimes you just see some stuff that is 10,000 shares, and I'd like them to put at least a minimum volume here. I'd also like them to get rid of the company name. I don't think people really care that much about the company name, and it just takes up space. Yeah, well, absolutely, because I mean, again, with the energy, with these energy plays, I mean, yeah, the focus, of course, was on the Indo, but there were a lot of other ones that were just starting to follow suit on Friday, and you wouldn't necessarily have seen them. Whew. Okay, guys, 11:32. So, just going to confirm that it is Sean coming into the YouTube room at just a minute now. Pretty sure it's going to be Sean today, but just want to make sure. I haven't looked at my option scanner at all today. I've had no chance. Yeah, so Shady, what you're going to see, and this has to be really fine-tuned because the idea is seeing stocks in the same sector, okay? But sometimes you're going to see something and say, well, what the heck is that doing in there? I would say that, for the most part, when we look at oil and gas, you're going to see, stocks in that sector, okay? But you'll sometimes click on something and you say, well, what the heck is, again, not in the oil and gas sectors, but you might click on something and say, well, what is that doing in that sector? But I would say for oil and gas, I would say it's pretty bang on. Virtually everything you're going to see in here is going to be an oil and gas play or an energy play, okay? But I cannot speak to all the other ones. So, for instance, if I click on okay, the driller should be good. I want to find one that may not be. Yeah, so I mean, gee, if when I just clicked on FPI and I'm in this agricultural, I'm going to see some stocks. I'm going to wonder, well, why are they in there? Well, look at GME, guys. This is a real critical level for GME if you guys are following this one. Right at 100. There's Germany, guys. EWG, the German, the country ETF, Germany. Oh, look at this. And it is Sean today. Yes, it is Sean today. And that is actually something, so as Paul was saying, USWS is not moving yet. Now, it doesn't mean it's absolutely going to move, but, at some point, people will look at this and go, maybe with the other ones, maybe like rig, I mean, it's obviously a driller or support activity. So that's more like the SLB, Schlumberger. But they might look at that and go, okay, I didn't get SLB. I wonder if there's a cheaper alternative. It's sector related, exactly. It's sector related. Well, there is one sort of shady, but I just think it needs work. Okay? If you click, yeah, so let me just move this out. This is not, so if I right click and you see, if I right click on this window and you see I've got this competitors checked, this is supposed to be more like price action. Okay? It needs work. I'll just flat out tell you it needs work. I mean, you can try it and see what you if you're getting anything that you like, but I'm going to go back to the competitors. All right, guys. So GME is still hanging in at that 100 mark. Capri on the way. Leather goods. Okay, so Capri on the way down. So that's not bad. I mean, it's apparel. Okay, so I'm just looking at Capri. I'm looking at the other stocks that are in here. So I would look at that. And go okay. So something. I mean, look at Capri right at the bottom here. So here's Skechers. Here's Tapestry. We've seen these ones. And then you look at Vera Bradley. So this is in this sector. Interesting, I mean, the market is down a lot, and yet I'm getting, and look at this, woo. Remember, just half an hour ago, we had a couple of minor green candles, but that's being wiped out right now. Right now. That's a big, what time is it? 11:40. So this has 5 minutes to close. This could turn into be the biggest candle of the day on the SPY. Did wheat really hold underneath that VWAP? We were looking at that VWAP earlier. Yeah, it's kind of right there though, it's right around that area. 1143 is the VWAP. You would think that if this market really starts to tank, again, the energy plays will start to roll again, and some of these agricultural plays will roll again. Here's soybean right there. Soybean. Well, this has been a somewhat exhausting morning. I mean, there's been so much happening. All right, so this is the one that we saw a little bit earlier. You got to be awfully careful. I don't see these ones under $1. It did hit $1. That's why I see this, but it dropped all the way back down to 86 cents. I mean, that's a big percentage move. Now it's back over $1. I mean, it's got a ton of room. William, you're right. You want to see them before they start rolling? Well, maybe this is one. Maybe. And what did it get up to? $10? Was this? This probably was a SPAC that turned into OP. This was back in, let's see, November of last year. Okay, so Shady, this is what you do. So you've got your similar to OP. Okay, so click on that, and then right click on this, and you see it says competitors, and that is checked. So if you want the price action, you click on the price action, okay, and that probably will not get very many, but you can always see what you can always kind of check to see what sort of alerts you're getting. Okay, so again, and then of course you can pop it out. I mean, you're absolutely right. It'd be awesome if it really, really worked the way we want it to, but Barry's dries. But look at these retail stocks right in here. You know, now M is not in there for some reason. Other foot. Okay, it's footwear. That's what it is. It's footwear. So, though I don't know if Vera Bradley. Yeah, you see, sometimes when a stock is in a very, 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 you know, they drill down into, you know, leather goods and allied, it gets lumped into some of the other ones. Anyway, I don't want to. It needs some work to really fine tune it, but right now it's not too bad when it looks at the similar. CSIQ is still really struggling to get through that 33. You can just see why. I mean, there it is, and also here. Wow. Meanwhile, the SKX, Bloomin' Brands, what's CSTM? Secondary smelting and alloying of aluminum. I mean, that's pretty. That is pretty drilled down. And I don't know if we're going to see, you know, exactly all those stocks in here. Okay, what have I done here? Yeah, I mean, you could look back on this one and go, wow, why didn't I buy this one at $1, right? You know, I don't know. I don't know where this is going. OP, I have no idea. Relatively low float, 20 million in the float. The next high looking left is $1.45. You know, could I mean, look at the volume coming in, 37 million, so it, you know, 61 times normal. You know, all traders are doing, just trying to find some crazy cheap one and maybe have it, maybe it'll run for them. Well, I saw the VIVK, but yeah, it might. I mean, it might be. Yeah, it might be. It's not the same sector, of course, but I think that really helped. Obviously, Indo, but yeah, I mean, if it can get over 5 at some point. All right, I admit I am starting to watch this OP, a little pullback here. All right, 11:48, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I've verified that Sean will be there at noon. So when I take my break, you can head over there if you want. And again, Sean is more of an options trader. For those of you who do trade options, we don't scan for options, but we do have some option filters. So if I do a search and I type in options, you'll see what the option filters we do have. Some obvious ones, we have the put call ratio, option volume today, the put volume and call volume today. This option volume here, this refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, and then this is the sort of the key one, option volume today percent. So if you're looking for stocks that are trading, having an abnormal day in terms of the number of contracts, this is what you would use, the option volume today percent. So if you put 300% as an example, that means that a stock is trading 3 times the normal compared to the last 10 days, number of contracts total, okay? So that may help you trade the option, I don't know. But it certainly, for me, it was it was one of my favorite scans, which I haven't looked at really, it seems now for months, but for about 2 months, 3 months, this was absolutely my favorite scan, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Not playing the options, buying the stock, but it's just zeroing in on stocks that are having an abnormal trading day. So again, Sean is an option trader, so you can pick his brain about trading options or anything else about trade ideas. Of course, it doesn't have to be just options. Yeah, there's no way to modify it, a trigger finger. No way to modify it. You're talking about the Market Explorer, yeah. No way to modify anything in the Market Explorer. Meanwhile, Tapestry and Capri. I mean, guys, you want to follow a sector, and a sector that's maybe being beaten up. Well, like most sectors today, I mean, the market's down 500, NAS is down. I mean, so most sectors are being beaten up. But, what is the one in a sector that is most beaten up, as an example? So you can look right here. There's CPRI and good volume too. Well, look at Peabody now, BTU. We had the drop, then we had the big pop, and now we've got the drop. So even though the market is starting to drift down, the energy plays, which are usually been running counter to that, are not right now as we speak. Now, this can change, of course, but... All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, I'd be starting to pay attention. If you've got Csiq's topping, I'd be paying attention to this, especially, you know, with the market doing what it's doing, you should be seeing, look at this market. Wow, I mean, this is really getting kicked again. All right, well, OP is, well, bounce back down to, or it's come back down to 1. That's just for fun. Just before I leave, whoops. Take 500 shares right at the market. Let's see what happens. This isn't a simulator, guys, okay? Okay, so there you are. And maybe hold this for a bit of a swing just to see if it can gain any sort of traction, if it can stay number one over $1 and start to maybe fill in this void. Well, I stand by my, nothing would surprise me with this one, BBBY. You know, it's only up 30%. Remember, in the pre-market, it was $35, so that's a $14 drop so far. Meanwhile, you heard me say this all day, airlines. But if you don't want to trade one airline, just take a look at jets, guys. I mean, you want to short jets? That's what's this one? UGI. UGI. Another one. I don't know what they do. Natural gas distribution. Okay, UGI. So some of these energy plays are starting to fall here for whatever reason. UGI. I mean, I know it's natural gas distribution, but with the market falling the way it is, how's that XLE doing? Yeah, so it's funny. I mean, it's not, there's the correlation is not on right now between energy and the market falling right now. Why the big drop in other than the fact that the whole market's dropping? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the whole market's dropping, but I don't know specifically why Fortinet is. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. In fact, he might already be... Okay. I think he's there. Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, so he is there. So guys, you can head over to YouTube. You want to hear Sean talk about options for an hour or other things, of course. And I'm going to take my break now, so I'll stop my streaming now, Sean.
All right. Thanks for that handoff, Barry. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Hope you're well. Barry, I'm sorry I didn't give you the memo. We're not going to talk about options too much today. We're actually going to talk more about TI strength. So this is a live Q&A session, everybody, for the next hour. I kind of hijacked the room from Barry, and we focus on answering software questions. And but today I want to really talk about the TI strength and maybe answer any questions about that, because guys, look, we're getting into a challenging market environment. If you look at my chart up here in the upper right, I got an S&P 500 SPY chart. You can see the downtrend continues. That this began middle of last week. It continues to go down. Market participants are starting to get a little, I don't know what's the word, antsy, a little concerned. And when people start getting concerned, they start worrying about, well, what am I going to do? How am I going to trade this? Where are my opportunities? And, I talked to Michael a lot. Michael's kind of the big man who put together the TI Strength Alerts system. And, we talk about it all the time that, look, bull market or bear market, if all you're doing is trading relative strength, sticking with the strongest names, there's always going to be opportunities. We've seen it in this market already, right? The stock market measured by the indices is well off its highs, depending on which indice you look at. It could be more severe than others. But we've seen lots of strength in oil names, in resource names, in commodity names. I mean, there's plenty of strength to be found, and these names are showing up in strength alerts, all right, when you look at relative strength. So let's talk about the TI Strength Alerts channel. So guys, look, I know there's a lot of you who are regulars here in these live Q&As. For those of you who are regulars, you've probably heard my spiel before about TI Strength, and if you have, hey man, go make yourself a sandwich. Go fix yourself some coffee. Take a little break for 5-10 minutes, and I'll speak to the people who are new here. But let's do this, guys. In the channel bar here, you can notice if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a Strength Alerts channel. So let's click on this. This Strength Alerts channel will open the same for everybody. And you'll see this little newsletter here. I'm going to kind of move this over to the side. This is the newsletter that goes out to people who subscribe just to the standalone newsletter. There are people who do not subscribe to Trade Idea Software who can just get the TI Strength Alerts email, and it looks like this. But for all of you who are software subscribers, which I assume most of you are, if you're here, you don't need this newsletter because you get all the stuff right here in the Strength Alerts channel bar. You get... These are the 5 picks right here. This top list is showing you the 5 names for today. Stretch that out. So MDRX, TWI, BOX, VRTX, EQR. Those are the names. There's 5 new names every weekend that are lined up and ready for you to go ahead of the market open on Monday. By the way, guys, I should have said this at the top. As I'm talking here about the TI Strength Alerts, if you have any questions about it, just go ahead and type them into the chat panel there in YouTube. I will see them, and I'll do my best to answer them as soon as possible. Okay, so let's get into this. I want to bring up this, if you guys have not seen this, I'm going to bring up this webpage that shows our performance of TI Strength. And I'll get into how we got into this performance in a second. But what I really want you to notice is look at this chart. The white line that you see here, this is the performance of the S&P 500 over the past 4 years or so. If you invested money in the S&P 500 at the start date about 4 years ago, you'd be up, you'd be up in the neighborhood of 60-70%. Pretty good return. No complaints on that return. No complaints at all, right? However, if you had been instead doing swing trades using TI Strength over that same time frame, your performance would mimic this orange line. Now, I don't know about you, but while that S&P performance is pretty impressive, this relative strength index is absolutely crushing the S&P 500. Now, here's the thing about the TI Strength Alerts. We don't tell you how to trade them. What? What are you talking about? Yes, we don't tell you how to trade them. The way you trade these ideas, the way you trade these 5 names, you see here, that's between you and your risk management plan. Everybody's got a different level of comfort with risk. Everybody has different methods for working stop losses and taking profits. That's fine. But what we are telling you is that these stocks, why they are here, why they've made this list, is because these stocks are showing signs of what past swing trade winners have done. These have the same characteristics of stocks that have gone on to great wins on a swing trade time frame, which a swing trade time frame is generally anything from a couple of days to a few weeks, maybe a couple of months, okay? So stocks in the past that have been great swing trade winners, they've set up in ways that these stocks right now are setting up. Based on the back tests that we've done, based on the algorithms output, these are the names that look the most like big winners from the past. Now, this is not a guarantee that these stocks will go on to become winners. Nobody can guarantee you that. Our crystal ball doesn't work that way, okay? We can't predict the future. All we can do is rely on past patterns that have worked in the past and try to position ourselves in stocks that are following similar patterns. This is price action technical analysis 101. All right? Excuse me. Now, let's go back to this chart real quick. How did we at Trade Ideas achieve these results using TI strength? Okay? I'm going to tell you how we did it. I'm not saying this is how you have to do it. I'm just saying this is how we did it, and you might want to consider doing it this way because it's pretty damn easy. All right? So here's what we did. Let's say we're starting from cash. We have 0 positions on. We're brand new account. I've got $5,000 in the account, right? Let's keep the numbers small and accessible to everybody. I got a $5,000 account all in cash right now. Well, what we did was we basically took these 5 ideas on Monday morning, divided our capital equally 5 ways, and invested our capital equally into all 5 of those names. So of my $5,000, I would invest $1,000 in MDRX, $1,000 in TWI, $1,000 in BOX, etc. However many shares that buys. All right. An expensive stock like this VRTX priced at $237, I'm only going to be able to buy 4 shares. That's fine. A cheap stock like TWI, it's priced at $11.66 right now. I'll be able to buy, 200 shares of that. I'm just doing math off the top of my head. I don't know. More shares than VRTX, that's for sure. Okay. Either way, the dollar amount is similar, right? $1,000 invested in all 5 names. All we did is we did a market order to buy at the open all 5 names. We wanted to get in on the opening print, and that's what we did. Okay. Now, that's Monday morning, 9:30 Eastern, right at the open. Boom. Now we're in all 5 positions. What do we do for the rest of that week? We did absolutely nothing. We sat on our hands. Regardless of what the market did, regardless of a market sell-off, regardless of a rally, regardless of whether the stock was up or down, regardless if the stock had earnings, it didn't matter. We held no matter what. Come hell or high water, winning or losing, we held. Held it all week. And then the following Monday, exactly 7 days later, we exited those positions at the opening print on Monday. So a 7-day hold, that's it. 5 trading days. And we took those proceeds, whatever those proceeds were, hopefully it was a little bit more than what we started with. Hopefully my $5,000 turned into, let's say, $5,020, right? Took that $520 or whatever it was, divided that 5 ways, and reinvested in the next 5 names. There's always a fresh crop of names every week. All right? That's all we did, guys. Every Monday, it was 5 minutes of work, not even. We exited the old positions, added in the new ones, wash, rinse, repeat. Once a week. And guys, this is the result. This performance graph right here. Crushing the S&P 500. Now, again, this is how we did the back test. I'm not saying that you have to do it that way. You could do it whichever way you want, okay? You can weight your positions differently. You can use you could use stop losses. We didn't use stop losses here, right? You could use a stop loss. You could use a profit target. You can avoid certain names or certain sectors that you don't want to trade. You can avoid certain price stocks that are out of your wheelhouse. You do you, all right? But we're telling you that keeping it simple, which, by the way, I'm all about keeping everything simple. I'm a keep it simple, stupid kind of guy. If you just kept it simple and rotated into the 5 names at the beginning of trading every Monday morning, this is how you would have done. Is this how the next 4 years are going to go? I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, we can't promise you that. But I like my odds. Okay, why do I like my odds? Because we're trading relative strength. We are trading the names that are performing the best relative to its peers, to their peers, right? Why do I want to get long stocks that are in downtrends? I don't want to get long in stocks that are in downtrends. I want to get long in stocks that are in uptrends. I'm not saying you can't make money buying stocks on dips. Of course you can. People have been doing that for the last decade, right? But generally speaking, I want to buy stocks that are strong, outperforming their peers, because those are the stocks that tend to go on to the biggest wins. Whether you believe me or not, whether you believe the Investor's Business Daily and their whole IBD 50, that's the whole premise of IBD 50, right? Not only do stocks have to match certain fundamental levels for them, but once you get past the fundamentals, there has to be a technical reason, and the big technical reason for them is relative strength, all right? This is no different. Sean Drew, I cannot tell you the performance of TI Strength yearly. All I can show you is this chart right here. This is the chart over the last 4 years. It is the TI Strength has returned north of 220% over the last 4 years. I don't have the breakdown of what that is on a month-to-month basis or a year-to-year basis, but I think this image here should give you all you need to know. All right. So I hope I've impressed upon you how beautiful and simple TI Strength alerts can be on just a weekly basis. Now, for those of you who are more active, who like to trade more actively, who like to get their hands dirty, or you just have the time and you like to trade, that's fine. Whatever your reason, right? Look, I've been trading for 24 years. I like to trade. For me, sitting on my hands is pretty hard, if I'm being completely honest. Well, guess what, guys? Why wait until Monday to get a whole new crop of strength alerts? You can get strength alerts coming onto your screen all week long if you use the new Market Explorer feature. Check this out. If you go to your TI menu bar here at the top, I got a TI menu bar at the top. You go to New, and if you launch Market Explorer, you click that. This is not very intuitive, so stick with me here. It's going to launch this window here when you hit Market Explorer. Then when you're here, just right-click, choose Server Window. If any of you guys are on Discord, you'll be familiar with the server terminology. Server window, this will open all, these are a bunch of custom created scans that are created outside of the capabilities of the general technology available within Trade Ideas. These are algorithms built by the team here at Trade Ideas that do certain things that the rest of us can't create because we don't have the data or whatever. And in here, you'll find, amongst many things, you'll find the TI Strength. Here it is. If I highlight this window, it's going to launch this Market Explorer window, and you'll see the date column right here, 3/7. This is today. Look at all these names. There's about, I don't know. Can I highlight them? Yeah, I can highlight them. There's about, 20 names here that have all signaled alerts today that are satisfying the algorithm that looks for stocks showing high relative strength. From here is where the strength report that comes out every week, this is where the names are picked from. So guys, every trading day, even on a bearish trading day like today, right? I mean, let's bring up the SPY chart real quick. The SPY is basically been down all day. Okay, here's a daily candle. Let's change this to an intraday candle. Let's see, time frame. Here we go, time frame. We'll do a 5-minute candle. Here's the S&P 500 all day been trending down, all right? Yet, here we go. We got 20 names that have all been showing relative strength. Let's just bring up some random charts. CTVA up on the day, right? It's pulled back a little bit, but it's up on the day. This is an intraday chart here. TS, I mean, this thing gapped higher, went higher. Now it's kind of consolidating at a high level. These are stocks that if you like to trade on the bullish side, these are stocks that you're going to want to pay attention to. Not everyone, of course, but look, here's another one that's up. It's kind of giving back a little bit, but these are stocks that are for the most part up on the day on a really ugly day for the market. So you can open up this window, this TI strength window, maybe keep it off to the side or something, and you will have lots of great candidates for swing trading. As our friend Jim Cramer likes to say, there's always a bull market somewhere, right? Even when the market is selling off. And TI strength alerts, and especially the TI strength algorithm found in the Market Explorer window, will direct you to a lot of these stocks, a lot of great opportunities. All right, Iris, I see your question. For some reason, you can't find the Explorer on your new bar. So you got to go your TI menu bar. You got to go to New, and you got to choose Market Explorer. If you don't see this, Iris, that tells me you're running an old version of our software. You want to go and upload our latest version of our software. I don't know what version you're on, but I'll show you what I'm on. I am on version 5.5.69. If you are in any version lower than 69, you probably want to update and get all the latest features, including Market Explorer. Okay, that's good for all of you. And guys, the way you do that, the way you find that quite simply is just go to tradeIdeas.com, trade-ideas.com. Bring up our website right here. And once you are there, you will find right there on the homepage, download software. Click this button right here. Get this to load up. And here you go. Download Trade Ideas. Okay, you'll download the latest version. Now, let's see, do we have the pro version? Do we have if you scroll? No, that's the latest version. Okay. So find it right there on our homepage, guys. Iris, if you're running the latest version, then there's no reason why you shouldn't see Market Explorer right here in your new tab. If you are not seeing that, I can't imagine you're running our current version. Okay. Oh, Iris, I just saw your question from earlier. What if the stock and the strength alert is below the recommended entry? I don't pay attention to the recommended entries, Iris, the recommended entries that are in the newsletter. That's just for people who are lazy. If the stock is in the report, I want in, and I'm going to buy it at the open, or I'm going to buy it whenever I get around to it. Again, I'm a swing trader, and as a swing trader, I'm not worried about a perfect entry, okay? If I'm buying a stock that's at $20 a share and it's going to go up to $30 a share, do I care if I got in at 2001 or 2005 or 2015 or 2025? No, I don't care. I'm playing for a $10 move. I don't care about missing a nickel or a dime. So I'm not so concerned about getting into precise entries. But again, that's got to come between you and your trading plan, Iris. And that's for all of you, right? I mean, we throw the ideas up there. I showed you how we did the back test. But you can do it your own way. What's that Fleetwood Mac song? You can go your own way. Sorry. You didn't tune in to hear me sing. All right, folks, so I got 50 of you here in the live stream here. So if anyone has any questions about TI strength, anything that I haven't covered yet, or if you need any more clarification, please chime in the chat panel there on the YouTube page, and I will do my best to answer. Now, one thing I'm going to do for you guys, since we're here and since we're talking about it, is I like to demo the Brokerage Plus feature for Trade Ideas. Let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. And this is a simulated account. This is not real money, but it would trade exactly the same. Hello, Mike C. All all of these positions that I have on right now, all of these positions were sourced from the TI Strength Alerts report on Mondays. So every Monday, I look at these 5 names and I get into the 5 new names. Now, in this example, I trade them differently. Okay. I don't just buy them and hold them for 5 days and exit the following Monday. I do a little differently. I trade these names with a stop loss order, and I want to hold these names for as long as they are working. All right. So why don't we, before I enter new trades, let's just go through my existing positions right now. Let's see. Let's move this down here. Okay, there we go. Let's change this back to a daily chart because I'm really just concerned about the daily candles. So we're going to go through all my positions, and you'll see where my stop loss orders are. Right? This red line on the daily chart shows me where my stop loss order is working. It shows you how much money I'll walk away with approximately if my stop were to get hit. So right now, if you look at my Brokerage Plus window down here, you'll notice that this NOC position, I'm currently sitting on $913 of open P&L. Okay? So if I were to exit this trade right now, I'd walk away with a $913 profit. If I held this all the way down to my stop loss order, this is showing me how much money I would walk away with. Now, that's a lot of open risk right now. I know it's winning, but I don't want to give back that much risk. I want to move my stop loss order up. And guys, it's so easy to adjust your stop loss, your working stop loss orders and trade ideas. All you simply need to do is just grab this line with your mouse, just click it and drag it. Look at this. I'm going to drag it right up to right below this candle here from March 2nd. Put it right there at the bottom. And now you'll see, it might be hard to read there, but now if my stop loss were to get hit, I will walk away with approximately $500 profit. That's much better than the $90 I was sitting at before. There we go. Sometimes it toggles back and forth while it's resetting, but there we go. It's at 500. I'll walk away with 500. So my stop loss order is at 433 and 53 cents. Okay. So that's how I drag that stop loss order. Let's just go through all the rest right now. As I like to do this every week, I like to adjust my stop loss orders. I like to move them in the direction of the trend. I'm not trying to be greedy. I'm trying to give these stocks room to move. All right. But I want to look for obvious levels of support or resistance, levels of support that I can lean against. This is not heavy math based, guys. This is all gut feel for me. I'm a very visual trader. I like to find levels on charts where there's obvious levels of support where if that level were to be broken, that tells me that at least in the near term or the short term, the trend is reversed. So for me, this AR, I'm going to move this stop right up to below this little gap from March 1st. I'm going to put it right there. Okay, that's my new stop loss order for AR. I'm going to quickly go through the rest here. You get the point, but I'm just going to adjust all my stop loss orders to try to lock in some profits. Okay, by the way, on a chart like X, see this blue line here, this blue horizontal line, it says B plus in the margins. That's my entry price. That's where I got in. Okay, now a stock like this has had a good run. I'm doing well. I don't see an obvious level of support that I want to lean against, but I'm sitting on $653 of open profit. You can see here in my trade blotter. I don't want to turn this winner into a loser, so I'm going to at least drag my stop loss up to a break-even level, so right around where I got in. Okay. Again, no science here, guys. I'm just looking for obvious. I'm not trying to get like the perfect exit. I'm just trying to get in places. I want to give these stocks room to move, room to work if they're working. But at the same time, I'm going to lock in some profits. So I don't want to give them too much room to come back all the way back. I'm going to move this stop loss level right below this previous level of resistance up here. That's going to lock in some profits. Okay, pop back. I don't know why this thing pops back and forth like that, but it will. There it is. Okay, MATX. I'm going to leave this one. This one looks fine. Some of these positions with smaller open profits are probably fine. I'll move this to the break even. So guys, see how easy this is? I'll leave that one. Probably going to get stopped out of that pretty soon. All right, so I've got those stops adjusted. Now, I'm going to show you how easy it is to get into new trades. Oh, before I do that, I see a question here from Don. Any thoughts why I can connect API between TI and IB TWS paper trade, but not able to connect the TWS live trade? Don, no, I don't have any thoughts on that. I would not recommend using the paper trade on IB. There's no need to. Just use the simulator within Trade Ideas. All you need to do is in your Brokerage Plus window, go to Brokers, choose Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, and connect. Don't bother with the TWS paper trader. It's more hassle than it's worth, has been my experience. But if you need any technical support, Don, if that's not a satisfactory answer for you, I understand. Please go to our live chat. Go to trade-ideas.com. Go into our live chat, and one of our technicians who are better versed in this stuff than I am can help you with that. Okay? All right. So back to my trades. So I'm going to enter all the 5 new TI strength alerts. Now, one thing I'm going to show you guys is in my Brokerage Plus window, if I go to, I don't know why my strategies, where's strategies? If I stretch out, there it is. So if I go to my strategies tab here, see how you have a number of tabs here across the top. If I go to strategies, you will see, no, you won't see. Where did all my strategies go? This is not cool. You know what? I updated something recently, and I'll bet I didn't save my strategies. Well, that's okay, because you know why? I'll be able to walk you through how I do it. I'm going to delete all these trading strategies. I don't want any of those. Yep. No, I want to delete all of them, not just one. I guess I can't. Okay, so check out, I got existing custom strategies, which I'm deleting. I'm just right-clicking on each one and hitting delete. So let me do that real quick. Don't know why I don't know how all these got here. Must have been when I upgraded and was testing something last week. Almost done. Okay, now I'm going to show you how I create a strategy to trade these TI strength alerts. This is how I do it. Here's what I want, guys. I want to be able to, with just a couple of clicks, be able to enter in a stock with a stop loss already set and the stock to be traded at the size that I want it to be traded. Okay? So all I want to do is be able to right-click in this window, hit Trade CAG, and I'll have a strategy in here in a second. There's no strategies right now, but I want to be able to just boom, boom, couple of clicks, and wham, get into the trade. Now for me, I don't want to risk more than $200 of my capital on any one trade. So what I do is I set just a dumb brute force stop loss order at 5% away. So wherever I get into a stock, my stop loss is going to be 5% away. Now there's no magic in that number, guys. 10% might be a better number, 8% might be a better number, or 2% might be a better number. I don't know. I haven't run the data. I don't really care. 5% is a number that works for me. All right. So any stock that I buy, I want my stop loss order to be set exactly 5% away. All right. That's step one. And then I want my position to be sized such that if my stop loss order gets hit, I will lose approximately and no more than $200 of my capital. All right. So that's how I want to size my position. So I could set that up in Brokerage Plus in my strategies tab right down here. If I right click anywhere in this blue area, just hit right click and hit new trading strategy. Okay. It's going to bring up this window. We're going to call this swing trade buys. Okay. This is a long bias strategy. And for my accounts, see, I have none here. I'm going to check the simulated account. Okay, I don't have any live brokerage accounts connected. If I had like an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, it would be listed here. I do not, so I'm just going to choose the simulated trading default and hit save. And so now all orders that I enter here will be sent to my simulated trading account. All right, now don't worry about these configures. This is just if you were building a complicated strategy from scratch here, which we're not going to do. What we are going to do is we're going to look into these next few tabs here. The entry time tab, I'm just going to, probably doesn't matter because these are going to be manual entries, which by the way, guys, you would go through some of the similar steps here if you were creating an automatic strategy, like an auto trading strategy, but we're not doing that. I'm doing a manual strategy. All right, so you can go through these if you want, but really where I want to focus is I wanted to focus on the risk management tab. Now, you'll notice I could choose stop loss, target, trailing stop. Now, I'm not interested in profit targets, okay? I want to give my stocks, I want them to run to the moon. They rarely do, but I want to give them the opportunity to run to the moon. I do not set a profit target with these swing trades, nor do I do a trailing stop. I just like to eyeball the stops as you guys saw me before. I want to set my stops. So, but I do use the stop loss. So here, see where it says none, I toggle this to choose amongst my various stop loss options. Now, we're going to ignore filter. Filter is, kind of high tech, next level, expert level stuff. But if you use a filter and you go in here, you can find like a variety of things to key or stop loss off. It's very complicated for most of you, so we won't go there right now. We're just going to handle the simple stuff here. But the real stop loss orders that make the most sense are percent and dollars based. So a dollars based stop loss is exactly how it sounds. I could set my stop loss to be $4 away. Whatever stock I get into, my stop loss is $4 away. Or it could be $3.50 away. Now, I don't recommend that because it's very likely that you're going to be trading stocks that are priced in different neighborhoods, right? You're going to be trading stocks that are $10 a share. You might be trading stocks that are $1,000 a share, right? And a $5 stop loss on a 1,000 share or on a $1,000 per share stock, that $5 stop looks a lot different than a $5 stop on, let's say, an $8 stock. Right? Percentage terms are wildly different. You're going to get stopped out of that $1,000 stock all the time. You're going to get shaken out for no reason whatsoever. Whereas that $8 stock that you had a $5 stop on, you're going to suffer what's the math, 60% loss on your invested capital if you took that hit. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't use the dollars-based stop loss. I use the percent-based stop loss, as we talked about earlier. And I set my stop loss at 5%. 5.00. All right. That's my dummy stop loss. All right. Now that I've got my stop loss set, then I go to this next tab, the order details tab, and this is where I set how much money I am willing to risk per trade. So here in the position sizing tab, you'll have a few options: fixed dollars, fixed shares, or based on stop loss. Let's start with fixed shares first, because this is my least favorite one. If you want, you could set it so that you're only trading in, let's say, 500 share blocks or 1,000 share blocks or 100 share blocks, whatever your comfort level is. Every trade you put on will be sized at, in this case, 100 shares. Okay? Now, I don't like this because, again, using that example from before, buying 100 shares of, let's say, Amazon is a lot different than buying 100 shares of Csiq, ConAgra, that's priced at $34 a share, right? The dollar commitment on those trades is wildly different. And the risk for both of those trades is wildly different. So I don't like using fixed shares. Now, if you're the type of person that likes to trade stocks that are always priced in the same general area, maybe you're one of those guys that likes to trade penny stocks and you're trading all stocks that are, below $5 a share, fine. Maybe you want to do a fixed share size of like 1,000 shares or 10,000 shares or whatever your number is. Okay, but for the majority of us, fixed shares is probably a bad idea. The next way you can size your positions is fixed dollars. Now, I don't hate this idea. It's not ideal for me, but I don't hate it. You could set it so that you invest an equal amount per name. Let's say I want to invest $5,000 per stock I get into. However many shares that buys, it's going to purchase $5,000 worth, or up to but not more than $5,000 worth. Okay? Now, I don't hate that, but I don't love it. Okay? But that's an option for you. The one I use is based on stop loss. So remember, in the previous step, when we were in the risk management tab over here, I set my stop loss at 5%, right? So back here in the order details tab, I'm sizing my position based on my stop loss. So I can set this number here, and my number is 200. Your number might be different, but I'm willing to risk $200 of my trading capital on any one trade that I put on. So based on my stop loss. So the way this is going to size the position is that if my stop gets hit, at least my initial stop. Doesn't change when I adjust my stop in the direction of my trend, but my initial stop, when I set my first stop, which is 5% away, if my stop were to get hit, I will lose no more or approximately $200 of my capital. I say approximate because that doesn't factor in slippage. That doesn't factor in commissions. That doesn't factor in overnight gaps that we can't control, that nobody can control. All right. But if everything goes according to what you want, you'll lose approximately $200. Okay. So that's how I set my position sizing. Now, in the entry order tab here, you'll notice it defaults to limit. I like to use market orders. Okay. And here's why. Some of you have heard me make this riff before, and I'm going to say it again. If you are using limit orders, then you are guaranteed to get every losing trade. You're going to catch every single one of them. Why? Because the stock has to go down through your limit order on its way to losing you money. Okay? So you are guaranteed to get every losing trade. That's fine. Whatever. But you run the risk of maybe missing out on that one trade that's the biggest winner that makes your day, makes your week, makes your month, makes your year. Okay? That's an unacceptable risk to me because look, guys, there's 4 possible outcomes for any one trade. You can make a little bit of money, you could lose a little bit of money, you can make big money, or you can lose big money. Now we're using stop loss orders, so we're eliminating the risk of having a big loss, okay? We're using stop loss orders and we're sizing our positions properly, okay? So that eliminates the possibility of a big loss. Now all we're left with is the 3 other options: small wins, small losses, or big wins. Now, over the course of, let's say, 1,000 trades, as long as you're not taking the big losers, remember, guys, the last thing you want to do is suffer a big loss. A big loss ruins the math. It kills the game, okay? On any time frame, whether you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor, the big losses are what kill you. You don't want big losses. Now, again, over the course of, let's say, 1,000 trades, I'm ballparking here, but I would say that probably 950 of those trades, maybe 900 of those trades, will net out to be small losers and small winners that net out to 0. They're just a big wash, right? All the small winners and all the small losers will net against each other to be a big wash. That's 90% of your trades, okay? But the other 10%, the other 100 out of 1,000, those will be what we'll call big winners. Okay? That's 1 in 10 trades, if you're lucky. Okay? But those big winners, you need those to be big enough to compensate for everything else. And if you do that, if you stick to it, the math works in your favor. Now, if you trade limit orders, you risk missing one of those big trades, and you can't afford to miss the big winning trade. So I don't use limit orders for that reason. As a swing trader, I'm looking to hold a position for several days, several weeks, maybe a couple of months if I'm lucky. I don't care about getting a precise fill. I don't care about getting the stock for 5 cents lower or 10 cents lower or 50 cents lower. I'm playing for the big moves, guys. So I don't care. Just get me in. Get me in with a market order. Wherever the stock's trading right now, place my order, get me in, and let me ride this thing higher. Okay? If I use a market order, that way I know I will get every trade. Okay? Not just the losers. I'll get all the trades. My friend Peter Brandt, some of you guys might know him, an old school trader, been trading for 50 plus years. He's featured in the latest Market Wizards book. He's a friend of mine. Love the guy. He used to live near me here in Colorado. And one of the things he told me when I first met him was, Sean, the losses are never hard. The losses are the easiest part of trading. I know what to do. I've got a plan. I got my stop losses levels in place. I got my orders working. Stops are never a problem. It's the big winners that are the hardest trades to hold. And what makes them hard is oftentimes those big winners, they take off right away. And sometimes I don't want to chase them. But you know what? Sometimes you got to chase them. You got to chase them because the ones that you got to chase are probably the ones you want. Those are the ones that go on to be big wins. So anyway, enough of that riff. I use market orders. So I got my trading strategy set up, right? I'm sending my trades to my simulated trading account. You might use a live account, but I'm using simulator. I got my risk management in place. My stop loss is 5%. And my order details is sizing my position based on stop loss, risking $200, enter on a market order. Everything looks good. I'm going to hit OK. And now I've got a swing trade buys strategy live in my window right here. That's important because now, whenever I go to a chart, so let's go back to the TI strength window right here. These are the 5 new names this week. These are the names I want to get in. Okay? So if I click on the first symbol here, MDRX, it brings up the MDRX charts. And now that I've got that swing trade buy strategy active, it's so easy to trade direct from the charts. Check this out. All you have to do is anywhere in this window, just right click, choose trade MDRX, hit buy using swing trade buys, and in a moment, boom, you see my stop loss order working, and you see this blue triangle says B. I just got in at that price right there. And I can confirm it in my Brokerage Plus window. If I go to the Executions tab, you'll see there it is, MDRX. I bought 186 shares. I paid $21.42 per share. I paid a $1 commission. Again, this is a simulated trading account, so I didn't actually pay that money, but you get the point. There's my fill. If I go to my Positions tab, you will see MDRX right there. It's now live in my trade blotter. I'm sitting on a 7-cent loser. That's the slippage, right? That's the difference between the bid and ask spread probably, and that's okay. But guys, did you see how easy that was to get into that trade? Let's go back to my Executions tab here, and let's just go through the rest. We'll go real quick. I'm going to click on TWI in the TI Strength window. In the chart, I'm going to right-click, trade TWI, buy using swing trade buys. Bada bing, bada boom. I will be in. There we go. My stop loss is going to be at 11.02. There's my fill. I got filled at 11.61. I bought 339 shares. Okay, let's go to box. Let's try box. Right click, buy. Notice, guys, how I'm not like trying to nickel and dime my entry, right? I mean, yeah, stock's down on the day, but that's all right. I'm trusting that this stock that's showing up on this algorithm is a good stock, is a good trade for a swing trade. All right. Let's get into the last 2 here real quick. VRTX, trade, buy, bada bing, bada boom. Last one, EQR. Right click, trade, buy. Now I got into all my positions. You can see them in my Executions tab right here. All 5 stocks have all been entered. You can see the shares I bought, see the prices I got filled, and now all those positions are showing up in my positions blotter right here. We'll see how they do. Am I convinced that they're all going to be successful? No, of course not. And my stop losses will take me out if they're not. And that's okay. All right. So I think that's all I got for TI Strength Alerts, guys. I'll pause right here. If anybody has any questions, throw them into the questions panel and we'll try to tackle them. Otherwise, if anybody has any other software questions about Trade Ideas software, I'm happy to do my best to tackle those. Go ahead and throw them in there. And as I always say during these Q&A sessions, is that I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So hopefully I can help you. All right. While I'm waiting for questions from you guys, I'm just going to jump into my back channel here. Got some administrative things going on. Ooh, that's nice. All right, all right. I'm going to change my layout here to one of my custom layouts. It's a layout I use all trading day long just to monitor things that I like to monitor. Sorry about the black screen there for a second. I had to flip screens on my Mac just to check something else out. You guys been playing with these stock races? Guys, these stock races, say what you will about the UI. They're pretty dang powerful. All right. You could take any top list that you got running, any top list at all, and see I got a top list right here. And just right click on the top list, hit launch real-time stock race, and work through the little menu items there, and then you'll be able to launch races. And what this is doing is this is showing you a level of detail that you might not catch from your top list. So I'll walk you through an example right here. I got a top list right here. This is up mover since today's open. These are the stocks that are up the most since today's open. Okay. Now you'll see at the top of the list is this INDO. It's up 55% since the open today. Wow. Stock opened around, I don't know, 46 bucks a share. It's now trading at $71 per share. That's good for a 53% increase since the open. Wow. That's pretty damn impressive, especially considering what it's done over the last few weeks. Unbelievable. But just because this INDO is at the top of this list right now, because it's up the most for the day, doesn't necessarily mean it's doing anything right now, right? I've created a stock race based on this top list, and it's running right here. And what it's telling me right now is this AZRE at the top of the list. That's the stock that's moving the most from this list right now. So if I click on this AZRE, you'll see, oh, wow, it's kind of a thinly traded stock. But yeah, for sure, the last couple of minutes here, stock's ripping higher. All right. Now, AZRE, if you look in my top list, I don't even see it. It's not even on here. It's probably buried way down. If I scroll down, we'll find it. There it is. It's right down near the bottom of my list. I probably wouldn't even have seen that if I was just looking at this top list. But thanks to the stock race, it caught my attention. Now Nexa is at the top. Let's click on Nexa. Let's see what this thing's doing. It's a cheap stock. So in the last 5 minutes or so, it's gone from 950 to 964. That's good for a 1.5% move over the last 3 minutes. Okay, fine. Same thing down here, guys. I got a down mover since the open. I got a top list and I got a stock race running on that. And right now it's telling me that KLXE is leading the way down. These are very short-term races, though, based on 5-minute candles. So, yeah, I mean, it's down. It's highlighting that red candle. But look, it's down more than all the rest of these. Okay? So it doesn't always mean that these things you want to trade right now. But these are going to give you some very early heads up on stocks that are moving that you might not have caught just by looking at a top list window. Doogster D. There are 3 kinds of people in the world. Those who can count and those who can't. Yeah, I get your joke. I get it. And there are people that do count and some that don't. Okay, Paramall. Are stocks of the week and TI strength alerts the same and based on same scan? No and no. Paramall, you're talking about the Trade Ideas free trade of the week that we send out over the weekend. That's not necessarily from the TI strength. The TI trade of the week is curated by Steve Gomez, one of our partners here. And he uses anything that he could find on Trade Ideas that highlights a great looking stock for him. He's got a lot of criteria on what makes a good trade. It might come from a TI Strength Alerts channel. It might come from somewhere else. It might come from a custom scan he's built. But no, it's not necessarily from TI Strength Alerts. They are 2 separate things. The TI Strength Alerts you could find on the Strength Alerts channel, as we've already discussed down here. It's also a newsletter that you can get emailed to you if you want to subscribe standalone to that. I wouldn't, if you already subscribe to Trade Ideas software, I wouldn't recommend buying the TI Strength newsletter. It's redundant because you get it for free right here in the software. But that's where you find the Strength Alerts. The trade of the week is just a free email that is available to anybody. You don't need to be a Trade Ideas subscriber to get the free trade of the week. In fact, I'll put the link in here if any of you are not subscribed to it and you want to get it. It's free. Trade of the week. I just put the link in the YouTube chat. And man, the trade of the week has been kicking ass lately. Last week's trade, I don't know what today, I'll have to look up. Oh, I know what today is, but last week's trade was ARCH. And do you see what it did last week? Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can zoom in here. Look what it did last week. I mean, here's Monday. Trade of the week coming to Monday. You could have bought this thing at 116 and you'd be at I mean, you were as high as 160 at one point today. That's one example of the trade of the week just totally kicking ass. This week's trade of the week is Csiq. Woo, baby. If you bought this one at the open, yeah, the stock gapped up a little bit, but if you bought this one at the open, you're looking pretty good. And this thing looks like it wants to break out even higher and break out over some nearby resistance there. Let's see if you zoom out what that looks like. Yeah, that looks like a real good trade right there. The Plaza, you want me to share this layout that I have right here? Happy to. This will be instructive for all the rest of you. That you use cloud links to share individual windows as well as individual layouts. The way I do that here is I go to File in my TI menu bar, Save or Share to Cloud, and I'm going to hit Entire Layout. We'll call this Sean's, if I could type, Sean's Layout. I cannot type today. There it is, Sean's Layout. I'm going to hit Save and Share. Here's the code, this ugly code here. Don't worry about it. Just copy all. And I'm going to paste it here. Sean's Layout. There's the cloud link in the YouTube channel. And for those of you who are seeing cloud links for the first time, what you'll want to do is you'll want to click on that link to bring up the web page. So if you have that link and you open up the URL, it's going to look like this. Okay. All you need to do once you're here, once you've loaded this, is just find the full URL. Just copy it. So maybe like right click and copy. All right. And then you go to your TI menu bar. You hit File, Load from Cloud, and you paste that code right here. It'll probably already be pre-configured for you. But if not, just right click and hit Paste. It'll paste the code in there. And then if I hit Load, it's going to load this entire layout. I'm not going to hit it again because it's just going to reload the same thing. But you hit Load and it'll open up my layout, which looks just like this. All right, JP, I hope that helped. Hope that was instructive for some of you who maybe are seeing our cloud links for the first time. Guys, it's great. If you have friends who use trade ideas, which you should, if you have trader friends, they should probably be using trade ideas. And if you got like a cool little scan that you created or an alert window or a layout that you think your friends might enjoy, you could always share your links with them. Anyone who has a trade ideas account can upload those links on their side and use what you use. It's a pretty cool tool. Or if you ever need help with something, maybe you built a scan and it's just not working right, you can't figure out why, you need some help, you can come into our support sessions or go to our send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and share the cloud link for whatever window you're looking to need help with. Share that cloud link and our team can look at it and maybe we can help you out. Plaza JP is asking, do I use the same layout all the time? No, but this is the one you're looking at right now is the one that I keep open most of the time. These are the things I pay attention to. These are the things that matter the most to me. So by default, this is the layout I have open all the time. But in my channel bar here, you'll see I got a couple of I got a bunch of pre-configured channels. These are the channels I use the most, and they're custom channels to me that I've built. In the morning, I've got a pre-market channel that I like to look at what stocks are setting up to be active in the pre-market session. This kind of gives me an idea of where the action might be. I mean, this BBY today, I mean, look, this thing gapped huge, and that's been quite a mover if you've been trading it. I haven't been trading it, but if you have, you've probably had some nice runs in this thing. But the pre-market channel is something I look at before the market opens. The TI Strength channel is something I reference often. I take the TI Strength channel that is available to all of you in the channel bar. If I scroll down, can't seem to grab that bottom. There we go. So I've taken the Strength Alerts channel that we already created, but I added this Market Explorer window that we kind of talked about earlier. I add this, so this is what I look at. And then I have this little ETF races channel that I like to bring up from time to time just to see where the relative strength is in terms of different sector ETFs. So I got this ETF, I got this top list right here that shows me the ranking of how ETFs are performing. So right now, the best performing ETF today is USO. This is intraday. Okay, changed since the open. I don't care about if they gapped, right? I'm just caring like how these perform since the opening bell. And right now, USO oil is the best performing. And boy, what a run oil has been on. Meanwhile, XHB, the home builder sector, is the one that's down the most on the day. And look at that ugly red candle today, all down all day intraday. And then I've got races here. Once these things fully load, I got races to just kind of give me a little bit more context. But to complete my answer to you, JP, these 5 channels, these custom channels up here are probably the ones I spend the most time on. But really, my layout, this one right here, is the one that I keep open kind of by default most of the day long. Okay, Debbie, if I know where I want my stop to be, a specific price, not a percent, can I ask IB to calculate my position based on the dollar loss I am comfortable with? I do this calculation now in a spreadsheet. So, Deb, the answer, I believe, is no. If you want to set a manual stop, you're going to have to do the math, because what's going to happen is, let's say I like this MDRX position that I have in my trade bladder. If I want to place a stop loss, I can do so. Let's say I don't have one existing already. I would right-click on this position and choose Add Stop Order. You know, let's do this. So what's one of the ones I just added? This is VRTX. This is a trade I just entered today. I go to my Orders tab, and I'm going to cancel my VRTX order. So hit that. I'm going to hit Cancel Order to buy VRTX. Oh, no, sorry. That's the one we already filled. I want to cancel this one. Cancel Order to sell. Okay. Now that order has been canceled. Let's go back to my positions tab. So I have no working stop loss order in VRTX, and you can see it in the chart here. There's no stop loss level working. If I wanted to add a stop loss, I would right-click on this symbol and choose Add Stop Order. But you'll see my only option here is just to set the price. Okay? So I don't have the ability to say, well, figure out, where I'll lose $300, right? We don't have that ability to do that. So you'll have to set the price manually. In this case, we'll say 225. I'll hit add, and then in a moment you'll see my stop loss order working on my chart. At least you should. Is my order working here? Oh, there it is. Okay, it took a moment, but there it is. You can see my stop loss working right there at 225. So sorry, Debbie. The only way to get the position sized according to your stop loss is to do, work through those strategies that I was showing you before, which I'm pretty sure you're familiar with. Yes, TRD, this ETF Races channel, this is a custom channel I've created. You are correct. Every Trade Ideas user has the ability to create their own custom channels, which if you've been here any length of time, you're probably going to want to do that. I would say 99% of our customers who've been with us for longer than a couple of weeks create their own layouts that have just the things they need and nothing else, which is something I strongly recommend for everybody, right? There's so many bells and whistles on the platform. You don't need to have everything, okay? In fact, everything would be noisy and it would be distracting. Just get the things you need, the things you want, and forget about the rest. That's true with trading. That's true with your trading software. That's true with life. Yeah, Debbie, I could share my cloud link for this layout. So here we go. File, save or share to cloud. Entire layout. Sean's ETF Races. Save and share. Copy all. ETF Races. There you go. Now, I'm just realizing now as I'm sharing this, Deb, you might need to do a little work on this because these top lists or these races are pulling from a custom ETF list that I've created. All right, and you probably don't have this custom ETF list. You'll have to create this list yourself. You'll have to go into the TI menu bar. You'll have to go to Tools, Symbol Lists, and you'll have to create the list. See, it is. I got my ETFs right there. That's a custom list I've created. you'll want to create that symbol list and then point this top list to that symbol list. Okay. All right, guys. Barry's back. It's the top of the hour. Okay, great, Debbie. I'm glad you got your own list. Awesome. All right, folks, that's it for me. Barry's back. Thanks for hanging out in the live Q&A session. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a different host every day. Tomorrow will be Michael Noss. So come on back at noon Eastern. If you have more questions, you come up with some new ideas, new things you need help with. We do these every trading day, so come on back. Take care, everybody. Trade them well.
Well, of course, I'm always open for an adjustment of the scan. Obviously, I would see the 10-day, but with my filters, though, I hardly see any in the 10 days, so... Man, oh man. And man, oh man on the Indo. I mean, you know, this got down into the 60s, right? Right down here. You would have thought, oh, okay, it's got to be over now. $25 pop. Come on. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. There we go. I mean, there we go. Now it's starting to follow a lot more closely. And that's the MXC. A beauteous thing. Okay, I can do that. The 20-day column. Yeah, I'll do it later because if I change anything, I'm going to lose on my previous alert. So I'll do it tomorrow or after hours. Add 20-day column. Thing is, if I do that, I probably have to relax some filters because, I mean, look, this is it. And obviously these would have, I don't know if these would have shown up. I mean, I'm going to get, this is at the 10-day. I'm only getting 4 on the 10-day. Okay, guys, these are alive again. The who says the? Dare I say it? You know what? I'm just going to do it. Come on, you can't. Oh, there's the OP. Even the OP right back, guys. Usually when I make a change though, well, let's see. Usually when I make a change, even if it's just as simple as that, it's okay. I can yell at you if it works. Just as a column. Well, see, it did. See, it did affect it. I added the 20 days, so they're all the other ones are gone. That's okay. You make any change at all to an alert window, even if you change the sound or something, usually everything goes away. I'm out of the SDLA, guys. I'm just concentrating now on that OP. SDLA basically took a little loss on it. What's the market doing? Market's actually putting in a little green bar. All right, MXC, guys, listen, if this takes out, there's the pre-market high. I think I even have an alert up here, $33 or so. Traders are going to get interested. I just have this feeling they're going to get interested. They're going to say, well, okay, this is the same float as the Indo. It's a third, well, not quite a third the price. It's just the psychology of it all. Meanwhile, the retailers, A&F and Tapestry, continue moving down. Well, I mean, if this, I'll say it now. I can actually say it out loud. You know what I've been talking about. If this Indo hits 100, these other ones probably are going to fly somewhat. I mean, it's just the mentality of the traders. All right, well, that OP did not hold, so that was a bit of a disappointment. I was hoping it would kind of hold over $1. I mean, just look at this gap. Might come back. Yeah, we have different chart styles. Renko, not one of them. So I have no idea if anybody uses a Renko style or a Renko charts. No idea. Boom, chuck away, yaka. Look at this, guys. All right. I like all the toppings, okay? All the toppings, William. Well, I mean, there's no news. I mean, there's no specific news to these companies. I mean, they're just low float energy plays. That's all they are. Traders around the world are getting into these, okay? It's not like there's any specific news for MXC or Indo. I mean, energy plays, of course, in general are super hot because of what's happening. But, these, just because of the float, traders around the world just pile in, eventually, not eventually, but, if once they pick up some steam, they're hard to stop. Now, of course, once they run out of steam, look out below. No anchovies. No, no anchovies. Thanks. I mean, guys, look. I mean, there's the high. I think in the pre-market was 32.70. We are almost there. Well, I think we're there. No, I don't think. I will not say. I will not say that that's going to hit 100 today. Indo, maybe. How's XLE doing? XLE? Yeah, see, XLE is not really doing much. Yeah, little bit of a pop here, but not really much. It's just hard to really focus on, for me anyway, focus on anything else. I mean, this tapestry's been awesome all day also. TPR, awesome. The airlines, if you're willing to short the airlines, I mean, all day, all day. Another little one, guys. This says CEI. It's a huge float, 25 million. But seriously, CEI, another one that is, you can't even see exponentially. You can't even see what it did. It must have had several reverse splits, to say the least. With like reverse split adjusted, this is over $1,000 share a stock. So. Best way to get into the trading room? Well, there's only one way to get into the trading room. So this is the best and the only, Don. So let me just give you the link. You have to go through this every day. I have to do the same thing. I've got to go to the home page. I've got to select trading room. I've got to do the same thing. But there's the link. Well, HUSA was not shortable for me anyway, so I don't have to worry about that one. Another, yeah, look at this. I mean, Capri and Tapestry. Just what a devastation. I mean, this was this earnings recently? Not even earnings recently. I don't see that anyway. I mean, guys, 3 days ago, this was a $70 stock. 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Capri was a $70 stock. 2 days ago. $47 now. Michael Kors' parent, Capri Holdings, scraps its succession plan. The stock is sliding. So Capri Holdings were tumbling Monday, but obviously they started last week. So they're the parent company, Michael Kors, Jimmy Choo, and Versace announced it was essentially scrapping its succession plan. Ah, okay. So this is a big, I wish I'd seen that. This is a big shakeup in the C-suite that started on Thursday. I did not see that. Who owns Tapestry? I mean, that's the old Coach. I don't know if, boy, oh boy. I don't know about this halting on the way down, Indo. I don't know. It may happen, but right now that is still strong, and the MXC is still reasonably strong, holding over 30. Well, yeah, I mean, at some point, these things are going to run out of steam. Of course they are, but you first, as I always say, you first. I don't have to worry about Indo anyway. It's not shortable for me. So at Interactive Broker, so I'm not even not obviously I don't have to even consider, but when I would want to short it. STLA is right back. I don't know. It's just hard to focus on something that really trades a penny at a time right now. But the STLA, I mean, it is back. I did short this one. Took about a 4 cent loss on it. Got up over 14 again, and now it's hitting that all-time low again. The German country ETF, EWG. What's Fez? There's Euro stocks. Boy, Europe, poor Europe. GSG. What are you doing? So many of these that I've never seen before showing up in my scanners. Never seen them before. All right, OP, if you get up to about maybe this area here, about 110, I may have to take you for real and then maybe hold it and see if it does anything crazy in the next couple of days, just because of that, that massive gap. Oh, okay, never mind the politics. I'm just saying poor Europe, okay? I mean, so I wasn't trying to insinuate anything. Other airline outside of North America, though. Okay, there's the STLA again. Do I really want to do it again? Another retailer, ANF. ANF making a new low. I mean, this is just picking up steam. These ones that are just getting clobbered. Again, the airlines, jets. You didn't have to pick a. You didn't have to pick an airline. Just pick jets as your ETF and short it. GME is still trying to hold over 100. All right, this is the gap up and go. Nine energy service support activities through the 200-day on, well, actually to the 200-day on Friday. Way above it now. Another one that looks a little bit like the OP. Let's take a look here. Back this out just a little bit to see what it looks like on the monthly. So 385 and 4. So 4 right around here could be the stumbling block. If it can somehow get through that, yeah, man, the next high in the monthly chart is up around 650. So this is about, it's so strange to me. Well, I guess it's just loaded with energy names. That's the reason. But I mean, a day in which, the market is really getting clobbered, getting all these basic new highs. But the majority of them are energy plays. And that's the reason. Well, I can short HUSA. It's just not setting up yet for me anyway. Meanwhile, 999. Again, what did I say? 385, $4. I mean, gosh, if it takes this out, 24 million in the float. Actually, it had earnings. I can't believe it. It has earnings after hours. Not that it should really matter, but it actually has earnings after hours today, and that is 9. I'm sure this is an energy play, PXS. Yeah, well, tankers. So here's another one, sub $1. That looks a little bit like the OP. Okay, this Inservco just starting to move again here. ENSV, another low float, 11 million in the float. Support activities, oil and gas, etc. Big jump. Look at the volume that's coming in on the 5-minute, the 15. Here's on the 2. Lots of volume coming into ENSV. Again, traders are scrambling to find some kind of a cheap one that might have a big run. Meanwhile, Uber, which was ripping pretty well in the pre-market, pretty well. Look at this. I got up to $33, down to $29 now. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. I am back. Wow, look at the OP. I just wish it weren't quite as erratic. But I'm telling you, I mean, look, that's all traders are looking at. They're just looking at this. They don't care whether it makes money or, I mean, all they know it's in this deep sea freight transportation sector. It's been hot. They look left and they see this 145 as the next high. Could it possibly get there? You know, I mean, that's all the traders are looking at. And MARPs, yes, MARPs. I'm hearing MARPs. This is text to voice, my basic new highs and lows, text to voice. This hit in the pre-market, got up to 1360 or so. And there's the USEG, guys. There's the USEG. Starting to play a little bit of catch up. Yeah, somebody mentioned Pola earlier. I mean, this is not in the energy sector. It's an EV play, but for whatever reason, it wants to move too. POLA, and it's another low float. Wow, we're in low float mania now, guys. Now, you know what? OP is trying not to have people trade it. Okay, now the spread tightened up. When I looked, well, you know, first I saw 105, 112, which is ridiculous for a $1 stock to have a 5 or 6 cent spread. Even right now, a 5 cent spread. I mean, it's tightening, but you got to be very, very careful. Okay, go in. New high now, and it took out the pre-market highs now for MXC and Indo, guys. Indo, $16 to go. See, now MXC is actually looking, well, better. When I say better, just in the 15-minute candles, you know, you've got all this action here. The Indo sort of paused a bit. So how are these guys doing? Yeah, PED is moving too. I mean, they're eventually this is not going to happen anymore. But boy, take advantage of it while we can. There's the ENSV. All I did, guys, I just popped these out. The support activities. These are just the sectors. I just popped them out. Had them in the similar, and I just right-clicked, and I popped it out. And I did for the two sectors so I could keep track of them. Meanwhile, this ENSV, I mean, just mentioned it, what, about 50 cents ago, and now... Oh, Jimmy, just a little bit under 100 now, 99.71. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm sure this is another one, CELP, another low floater. Another low float, 4.4 million. This is environmental, so I don't know. Well, it's in this, what do they do? Yeah, okay, so again, energy play. Broad, labeling these energy plays, but I mean, it's an energy play, CELP. Another one that over the 200-day on Friday, a little bit under today, and then bouncing way above it now. Low float, 4.4 million in the float. And USEG, so guys, I mean, MXC is, dare I say it, yeah, the spread has never been wonderful on the MXC, but you know, from time to time you can get it within that 30 cents. And if it's going to move $2 or $3 or $4, that won't matter. How about Archon? What are you doing, Archon? Haven't seen you really. I mean, Archon is another one that used to be super active. I think this might have been a meme stock back here. Got up to almost 18 before it crashed down to 130. All right, your HUSA is finally giving it up for you. Yeah, energy on the upside. Airliners, cruisers, and many retail on the downside. Well, Dave and Buster's play. Nothing is safe right now, guys, other than energy plays. And maybe, let's see, is X still up there? No, even X, I mean, X had the big upgrade this morning, and of course it was on a tear like a lot of the metals, mining, etc. Oh man. Well, if I'm hearing marks, that means it's making a new high. The pre-market high was up at 1350, so it's making a new market high, if you will. GME now at 99. For those of you who are into taking a short of GME now that it cracked 100. However, let's take a look here. Yeah, it looks like 96 or so, but boy, we keep saying this every time this happens with GME. If this finally cracks here, 86. Maybe that will be the end of it. But we keep saying that about it, and it always seems to resurrect itself. How's AMC doing? Yeah. Zip. Oh, man. Boy, the real key for the MXC was finally, with some authority, kept above 30. In my opinion, anyway. You know, with some authority. You can see right there in that 5-minute chart, it tested it a couple of times right there. And then it said, nope, we're going. I mean, Indo still has it beat on a percentage basis, but you know, in the last little while, the MXC has really turned on the burners here. You know, again, no clue. Both with the Indo and the MXC, there's zero clue about where this is going to open. So, typically what you see here, you know, stocks halted at 39.67. You'll start to see the bid ask. maybe around that area. Of course, if you're in it and it's halted, of course you'd love to see like 41, 42 in the bid ask, something above it, but there is no clue really. Maybe down here 39.52, 39.77. Maybe this is more. Real was talking about Csiq earlier. Yeah, Csiq is a 3-day slide. Arguably maybe even a 5-day slide. All right, what time did it get halted? At 1:39 plus 25 seconds, so what time is it now? So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 1:44 plus 25 seconds, so less than 2 minutes if it's a 5-minute halt. You know, I mean, this Indo is hanging tough. What's the spread like right now? Yeah, I mean, 40 cents is not terrible on an $81 stock. I mean, it's kind of hanging tough. I can't short it. I have no shorts available, but, you know, I mean, it is hanging tough up here. And the volume is decreased, but it has not, the enthusiasm has not necessarily gone out of it. Yeah, give me a moment, please. Just have to change headsets. All right, so this is going to be, oh, it opened. It did open. Okay, so MXC did open. Whew, look at the SPY. So now the SPY is kind of basing a bit. Yeah, they don't want you to trade AXAS 351, 444 on the bid ask. So they don't really want you to trade it. It's a pink sheet stock. So that means you're out of it, Sam. You have a stop loss of 39.40. Boy, that's a tight stop on something like that, and it just popped. It just popped, though. I don't know if you got taken out on that. So that's a pretty tight stop loss, 39.40. Here's another one that burnt out a bit. BRN, gonna hit a. Boy, I wish I'd seen this one right around that whole number of 5. This is sort of exactly what I like to see, a rejection at that whole number. And now it's dropped about 50 cents from there. You know what? The Chemico, CCJ. So the uranium plays were pretty hot. I mean, it's still up, but it's starting to fade here. CCJ takes out that whole number. Could be an interesting short. Maybe down. I mean, yeah, it takes out the whole number. Has some support maybe around the 2350 mark from Friday. So guys, we added a channel here. I mean, you know, and it's called the Holly Optimal channel. All right, just to let you know, Doc channel bar and Holly Optimal. So what this is doing is doing basically what I've been doing. You know, you used to hear me say, well, I don't care about the ones that are losing. All I want to know is I want to see the ones. I want to see the ones that are doing it, like making money over the course of the day. So that's why I was always sorting on the aggressive profit percent, okay? And so I could see the ones right at the top. Now, the other thing though I've done is I've just checked the profitable. So I know there are other alerts. I don't care about them. I just want to follow the ones that are working and trade around them all day long. Okay, so the Holly Optimal is basically doing that, though I don't know why. I wouldn't have done it this way. Yeah, I would have had this screen so you can see the trades all at once. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even see it. It's only the biggest one. So it's right here. I'm sorry. Now, I'm not sure why this IMXI is showing. I guess it's because it was profitable on the exit. Anyway, that's a in my opinion, it's a better way. It's sort of a curated way of looking at the AI. Forget about the ones that aren't working. They're not all going to work. Now, this is not going to, you know, for those of you who want to auto trade, can't help you. If you want to auto trade, you're on your own. Sorry to be blunt, but that's the reality. Meanwhile, wheat looks like that it's through that 200-day moving average again, or sorry, the VWAP again. 1146, yeah, by a lot. So you don't have to watch the channel, okay? All you have to do is take this window, because you don't have to go to the channel and watch the channel all day long, all right? You just really, in my opinion anyway, this is the window that you want to focus on all day long. And all you have to do is just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window you see, and then just check the profitable trades, okay? And just follow these all day long. So if you do that and then save this as part of your layout, you don't have to go to the channel. I mean, you want to go to the channel, that's fine, but you don't have to. Well, here's another one, almost at an all-time low, guys. CPS, almost at an all-time low. James, boy, I used to see this one a lot. I haven't seen this one in a long, long time. James River, JRVR. So again, guys, depending how this closes, this OP, I'll probably leave this in the simulator. This is in the simulator. I thought I'd just, if I don't close this at the end of the day, then it'll remain there, of course, and then I can practice swing trading. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. Okay, so you can practice trading using our simulator. You just have to click on the sim right there underneath Brokerage Plus. Two options, one says live, one says sim. Just click on sim, and I'll start from scratch just to let you know how to do that. I really encourage that you do that. Okay, encourage you to do that. So now it says not connected. That's what you'll see. Just click on sim, and then it'll select account. Click on that, and then click on the simulator trading default, and now you're in simulation mode. Yeah, I may not get my 100 for Indo, but it's still early. Another 2 hours left. So let's say you wanted to follow, you know what, I should have done this earlier. You want to follow the airlines all day long, okay? As they're just completely and utterly getting slapped. So so I'm in the airline sector. I just pop it out. Here we are. All right, and what I would do is I would sort on the change from the close column. All right, and these are the ones down the most. And of course, what I can do here, I can take it, configure it, I can put a price range I want, a minimum volume that I want, all sorts of things. I can, now I just treat it like a normal top list. So did everybody understand what I did there? So if you want to follow a certain sector all day long, very simple to do. And there's probably not one that's positive. EH is, it's the only one that is China, and it's the only one that is not been crushed today. I want to follow the uranium sector as an example. Okay, so here it is. I just pop it out. So here's the lot of the uranium plays are going to be in here. So again, there is a way to follow your favorite sector very easily. Or it doesn't necessarily have to be your favorite sector. It could just be that one of the, a sector that you want to track all day, because there's a lot of action in it. Wow, what an ugly month for the airlines. Look at this. We're only in the 7th day. This is the 6th trading day for it. Look at this. Oh, I see why you've been talking about SPI. Okay, yeah, it is shortable for me. Lots of shares available. So this is a semi. Okay, so this is nothing to do with energy. Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the airlines tomorrow. Just keep an eye on jets and see how it closes, and then watch it tomorrow morning. I mean, if oil prices are still, I don't know what the price of oil is right now, but if they still remain, north of 120, 130, I mean, it's devastating for this industry. Yeah, Uber, let's see. Sometimes when I see Uber, I don't see Lyft in here, and that's obviously ridiculous. Yeah, so that's one that you kind of have to sort of say to yourself, well, why is Uber? See, this is computer system design services. See what I mean? Like so Lyft, Lyft, where is it going? Yeah, support activities for transportation. So why Uber gets into that other one and Lyft, that just little issues like that. I mean, is it a deal breaker? No. I just think this has been an awesome sector to look at all day long. with the CPRI and the TPR and this and the Skechers. Oh man, it's sad a little bit, because this is just happening here, and I've got wow as my sound alert, and it's just wow all day long with all of these airlines. Look at this, all the airlines and plus Tapestry. Oh, sorry about that. I had myself on mute. I don't know if, yeah, I saw the Azul. I don't know. Yeah, obviously I saw the Azul. That is the one that's down the most. You're probably going to tell me it's a 20-day daily breakdown. Just not making my, what's the, yeah, see the relative volume is still not high enough for it to make that list. Doesn't mean it's obviously, I mean, any one of these airlines today, look at Indo, guys. I'm sticking to my silly prophecy. All right, guys, as there is now a minor break in the action, I'm just going to talk a little bit about my homepage again. All right, if you click on my homepage link right here, this is what you're going to see. So obviously a way to take out a subscription. Now this promo code, sometimes, even though it says it's going to expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, sometimes it is one more day. I wouldn't chance it. You know, if you're looking finally to take out a subscription, you want 20% off the first month only or the entire year. I mean, it may be valid tomorrow, but no guarantees. Certainly tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time is when it is supposed to expire. So this is what trade ideas cost: annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium, $2,000 less the 20%, so that brings it down to $1,600. Standard, $1,000 less the 20% brings it down to $800. The big difference, of course, is the AI, which looks kind of like this. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. There's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, the trade of the week, free service, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock, well, you should add an S to this, but anyway, stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free, and all the education right here. Most of it, of course, geared specifically to trade ideas. We have a great user guide now. All sections, so you want to find out in detail about alert windows and top list windows and the single stock window, sound alerts, etc. You want to find out in detail more about stock racing right here. Okay. This is also a full table of contents, which is searchable. So this is a very comprehensive user guide now. But if I'm starting out, this is what I would do. I would go to the introductory lessons first, just to get, what it does is it just takes a look at the basic features and explains very quickly what they're all about. Okay? So I would do that. And then you want to get more in detail, go to the stock guide. So Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley takes over the YouTube feed. I keep the rooms open until 3:30, and then Chris takes over in our YouTube feed Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Before I do shut the room down, the main room down, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Daily webinar, so Tuesday, Thursday this week, Monday, Wednesday next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, okay? If you're new to trading, this is a free service. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, okay? A real introduction. What is a stock it starts with? So I really encourage people, if you're new to trading, to take a look at this. And last, my scans. Here are my scans. So you can take a look at all my scans that I'm sharing are right here. So a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link and then you can look at this anytime you want. I should have mentioned, you don't have to take out an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. In fact, I would encourage you to start off with a monthly if you don't know this program. Unless you absolutely know you want an annual subscription, you can always start off monthly. 118, 228, less the 20% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay. You can always upgrade though to an annual and we'll honor the 20%. Okay? But start off if you don't know you want this program. And the reason I say that, you have to look at the terms and conditions of taking out an annual subscription. Some people use it for a month, 2 months and say, it's not what I thought or whatever, and they don't want to trade anymore, whatever, and they want a refund. No. Okay, so also, again, if you're kind of new, you see all the scans that I'm sharing, but if you click on new and dock channel bar, these are all layouts and they all have different scans in them, okay? So you can take a look, that's another area that I'd start. So that if you don't want to build your own scans ever, you can always use my scans, modify them, whatever, like maybe a different price range. You can take a look at these scans that are in here. It's a themed channel bar. Here's an earnings scan, etc. So what I would do is I would go through this, and you can pick and choose maybe what scans you want to make part of your own layout. Oh, okay, guys. I'm exhausted. What a day. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute just for a bit. I want to answer some emails. All right, guys, here's another one that's just showing up here. SYPR, what do you do? So not energy, okay? Not an energy play. SYPR, but low float. 11.5 million in the float. Well, I don't know. Delta, Love, United Airlines, all making new lows now. I haven't seen. I know. I'm positive American is in the same boat, but for whatever reason, and JetBlue, wow. when absolutely nobody is stepping in to buy these airlines. Telling you guys, if this FRO keeps doing its thing, this could start to drag some of these really cheap ones in the same sector, the deep sea freight transportation sector. Funny, I haven't seen Globus at all. There's Globus and Tops. All the usual suspects. Ship I haven't seen for a while. You guys were talking about PayPal. That's the one I actually shorted on. Just didn't move off 100. Look at that day. It just did not move off 100. But today it has. All right, guys. OP on the move. What is this going to do? I mean, can it get close to that 145? A tale of two exchanges. I mean, I'm in Canada. I'm looking at our TSX and it's down 8 points. We're heavily weighted in energy and commodities, metal mining and metallurgy, etc. Vastly different from the U.S. in terms of the weighting. So consequently, my guess, I mean, I don't trade the Canadian market at all, but my guess is that there have been some awesome plays in the last two weeks. Any Canadians in here have been playing the Canadian market, the energy sector, of course, and metals and mining. You won't get any argument from me, Stevie, on that one, your first statement. Let's see, CFX. All right, this SQSP, I have a thumbnail. That's the only reason I see it right now, SQSP. And it is trying to break out a little bit here. Had a massive comeback this morning, being down to 14 something, 23 now. Earnings play, big recovery. Okay, what I do, Sam, is I actually share my scans. Okay, so these scans are shareable. I may have something. I may have. Let me just see if I do have. Okay, just do me a favor. Make sure all you have is a toolbar. Okay, so you have nothing. You have a blank screen. I'm going to give you a link. I can't remember if I've modified this. So it might be a layout. I think it's a layout without this stock racing. Okay, but do me a favor. Make sure you have a blank screen, just a toolbar at the top. Otherwise, of course, the way most people are using what I've got is they're picking and choosing. So if you go to my home page, and I just put the link in, and then here are the scans that I'm actually sharing, okay? The other thing too is, by all means, go to our channel bar to start. You know, I mean, that might even be a better thing to do rather than just take what I've got. You know, that's definitely for my style of trading. But what you might want to do is click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then a docked channel bar. And here are all themed based channels, okay? And you can start looking at them, you know, momentum channel, earnings channel, things like that. So it loaded all right? Okay. I wasn't sure if it would load correctly. But you can also go to the channel bar and start looking at different channels, swing ideas. OP, guys. OP, OP, OP. How can you? Ronnie Howard. Wow, I mean, this is really, I mean, 145, my goodness, if it takes that out, look out. I mean, the next area, I mean, there are some little areas here, but I mean, looks like there's a ton of resistance around too. But just goes up. Well, I'm glad I did not lose sight of it. What really got me concerned was the fact that went over $1, and then it dropped all the way back down to 84 cents, over $1 again, back down to 90 cents. I thought, well, that might be it. But once it took out $1, it's not been easy. Look, it's not been easy. I mean, it's been chopping around a bit, but all traders are looking at is this big gap here. Yeah, Husa is a strong puppy. You're right. This is a tough one to short. Not a bad week. You start the week at 288. I'm sorry, it's today. It's today. I forgot. This is just Monday. So again, how can this happen? If you're looking for news on this, you're not going to find it. Here's your news. This is your news, okay? That is your news, guys. The float. I should just keep this here, because most of the things we see are just low floats. Yeah, I mean, the problem with these is that you just can't believe they can keep moving higher and higher and higher and higher. I mean, the Indo's a classic. You know, we're only talking a few days ago that this was, a $4 stock. And, right here it was interesting, but it was nothing fabulous. Well, I shouldn't say that. It was fabulous. I mean, it's just that exponentially, it doesn't look as fabulous. But I mean, remember, this was a $4 stock, 350 stock that got to, about 16 right here. And then at that point, many might have thought, oh, well, I guess that's it. Oh, no, it popped up. But then, Friday, I'm pretty sure most people would have thought, nah, there's no way this can do something like this again. So I'm certainly not saying that HUSA is going to do the same thing, but every time you see this action, you think, well, that's got to be it, right? And then, tomorrow, another giant green candle. Well, that's got to be it, right? Actually, I should just leave this here, just so you guys, I just keep circling the float. So here's one. I mean, 70 million. It's not high, but for some reason, what do they do? Infrastructure, all right. I don't think I've seen this one before. CTV. Yeah. So this is what happened, guys. This stopped trading as CTV. You can just see in the, I think anyway, in the month. Yeah, it stopped trading right here as CTV. And then it resumed here. There's a big time gap here. Well, we actually have a little divergence happening here with the Indo moving down a little bit, but the MXC kind of moving up. Well, tomorrow I sure hope we see an industry that is just moves down all day. Like I don't, I'm not trying to, I don't want the airline industry to suffer or anything like that. But some industry that is just moving down all day and just hop on it early and just keep on it. If the market does this. Well, NK, wow, yeah, now it might be toast. So it didn't hit my 100. Got within $13. Oh well. Yeah, Nike was, of course, a retailer. March 21st post market. So they actually release earnings after hours. Sorry, before the market opens on the 21st. Whew, all right, guys, it is 2:37. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be muting myself. The room will be open until 3:30, but I'll probably mute myself at 3 o'clock. I'll always hop back on the mic if I have to, if I have to answer a question. And then at 3:30, I'll put, just before I close the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris if you want between 3:30 and 4:30. Actually, here's what I'll do. Yeah, it's ugly. Yeah, something better. All right. I just want to circle the float so we're always aware of what that float is. Ah, but that's the problem. Okay. Guys, I haven't even had a chance to check the racing. Ooh, and I see the issue here. I can't see the winners unless I expand this just a little bit. Fluor is on the move. FLR on the move. Big infrastructure company. So this is interesting. You look left and the next high, 32.51. Yeah, so you look left on that on the weekly and the monthly. So, I mean, Fluor trying to stage a bit of a comeback this month. And then if it does, I mean, it's got a lot of room. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond, getting closer and closer to that 16 level. Arguably an all-day short, all day from the pre-market. Just had a little pop up here, but not much. Little one here, but not much. You could have held that basically all day. CYRN. I don't see that one anywhere, so let's see what it's doing. That's why 1.77. So the relative volume is just a little light for it to show up in most of my scans. I think it did. Thought it did. I may be wrong. I thought it did earlier. I may be wrong. Not now, anyway. Now it's picking up steam even. Bed Bath & Beyond. Picking up steam as it took out 20. Boy, I mean, you know, there's been no breaking of most of these trends down for most of these retailers and the airlines. I mean, this is what you want. I mean, you know, you just want something that doesn't jump all over the place, up, down, up, down, up, down. Man, I mean, this has just been a brutal sell-off for a lot of these without any sort of a pop. I mean, look at, yeah, and look at, I mean, Delta. I mean, it's the airlines are all going to look like this. Nobody is stepping in. Well, those aren't even coming from the 10-day daily breakdowns. That's just, you know, a simple breakdown in volume. There, you know, there's no component of the 10-day in here. They happen to be. Oh yeah, there's no question. There's no question. But I'm not. But in this scan, it's not a it's not a criteria or criterion. Well, let's face it. I mean, the way the market's been, we're going to see so many 10-day daily breakdowns just by a normal scan. Look at Best Buy. Oh man, Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't want to cheer it on. Everybody's long this. I don't want to, but I'm just so intrigued to see if it gets right back to where it closed on Friday. What a bunch of nonsense this was. Yeah, this BBAI, Big Bear.ai. All right. So this looks like this was a SPAC, guys, turned into this one, BBBI, just based on the price. Absolute relentless selling. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news for Big Bear. You see, here's the classic, guys. This should not be in this one, Big Bear. I mean, it's got nothing to do with energy. I'm just kind of reading through this. Doesn't look like it's got anything to do with energy. So, but for some reason, you know, it's in here. That's what I'm saying. It's not perfect. Because what is HUSA doing there? with BBBAI. Anyway, And there's the Azul. Gold is probably also down. Well, I know they're all down. GOL. This is almost an all-time low. Yeah, I read that over the weekend, Zach. Either over the weekend or this morning regarding Venezuela. All right, guys, so just want to show you what you can do here. So this is in the simulator. OP is in the simulator. So if I wanted to swing this one, of course, I could just leave it, okay? If I don't get out of it, I'll take out half of it, okay? I'll get out of half of it. So now I'll swing the 250 in the simulator and see what happens. Easy pull. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete these guys. They're funny, but I'm gonna delete them. Boy, OP. This could be really interesting. After hours even. Okay, stocks only. Sorry. Delete, delete, delete. Whew, 251 guys. So even is nothing sacred. Victoria's Secret, VSCO, all-time low. Could be interesting tomorrow, guys. I mean, these retailers are just. But this was an IPO. Remember, they spun it off from was it Designer Brands or DB, something like that? Not Deutsche Bank, but DBI perhaps. And then they went public. LB, thank you, thank you. Leading brands, or is that what it's called? Leading brands, or just LB? Oh, was LB. Anyway, Victoria's Secret is all-time low now. Big test here, guys, for OP. Big test. 145. Right there. I'm sure Nordstrom's, we did some damage on Nordstrom's on the weekend. Yeah, Nordstrom's is everything. Every retailer. You guys were talking about Macy's earlier. I know I saw Macy's. Yeah, look at Macy's. I mean, my goodness. You know, tomorrow's going to be a fascinating day, guys. I mean, if we have another day like this, or just everything, just a complete and utter sell-off indiscriminately, except for energy. All right, OP. 145. Well, now 150 is the next test, and 155, and then 195. So somehow I can get through that. I'm sorry, that's 174. What a great run, though. 138%. Again, a 43-cent stock on Friday. 54-cent stock, sorry, on Friday. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to put my announcement in. I've just about had enough in terms of being on the mic. So, wow. Well, I learned my lesson last week or the week before when I saw one of these sub $1 stocks that popped, got to a dollar, dropped, and I just completely forgot about it. And it did something like this afterwards. It did something almost exactly like this. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember the sector, but it did something almost like this. So as I say, I learned my lesson. Somebody will know. Yeah, I just can't remember. There's so many symbols now over the last couple of weeks. Just been, clicking. But I just can't remember what it was. It might have been Mullen. It might have been MULN. Might have been this one. It's possible it was MULN. Not that it's any great shakes now, but All right, guys. So listen, I am here. I will hop onto the mic if needed. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. And I say I'll shut the room down at 3:30. Just before I shut down, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over to YouTube to listen to Chris for an hour. He does that Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So I'm just going to put myself on mute now.
got video transfer, checking my audio here. All right, perfect. We are online. So hello everybody, 3:30 Eastern. Trade Ideas live Q&A, late day Q&A here. For anybody that's never been before, do this as an open forum, meaning I come with no pre-done content to let you folks drive the content with your questions, comments, and go over anything trade ideas related, from stock racing to alert windows, charts, compare count windows, back testing. The list goes on and on. Whatever your fancy is, we can go over any of that and all of it. Of course, as I always say, if I'm getting the silent treatment from you folks, I try to come up with something to keep things moving and pass the time. And as always, another interesting day in the market here. So it looks like we've come down, just looking at some stuff right now. We tested about 420 on the SPY again, it looks like. So I'll bring that up real quick. So getting real serious here off these all-time highs. Back there's the all-time highs, the end of the year last year, beginning of the year this year. Now we're making some steady lower highs here, walking our steps down. So everybody sees, I have this position low of 20 days here, and like their steps going up, we could flip that and do position high of 20 days, and we'll start to see that as steps down now. Let's look at the cousin here, RSP. Can't imagine that's looking any healthier. No, not as bad, not nearly as bad as the SPY, to be honest. Still in this range from last year, so I'm right in the middle of that range. So helps put things in perspective when things aren't cap weighted and we're taking a look at them. Much different story there. Let's take a look at the MDY now. And this one looks less healthy there. So our mid caps are really on the fence here. We can see, we popped into a range back this time last year, as a matter of fact, and we kind of held that range most of all last year, and now we're popping back below it again. So the tape becomes more and more bearish by the day. And again, while I'm sitting here droning on, for anybody that's a latecomer, maybe hasn't been here many times, or even it's a first time for you, I do this as an open forum for Trade Ideas Q&A. So please, any questions, fire those away for me. As I say, I have nothing pre-done, just go over some thoughts, whether it be market or charts or anything like that. But I'm happy to answer questions, related to Trade Ideas scanning and charts and things of that nature, while I stir my tea. So, I was looking at some sectors and some of the world today, and we're looking at EM. Emerging markets just, really getting obliterated at this point. And, tack it on with FXI, which is China large cap. Same thing, just obliterated. And KWeb, your Chinese internet stocks. I mean, it just not a pretty picture for the rest of the world as well right now. EVV, I believe that's... No, that's not what I want. EV. Is that what I want? Yeah. So this is an inverse here. It's a thinly traded inverse, but all the same, for European markets, and looking real bad for European markets right now, as well as everybody else. So nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Gold, GDX. Anybody that knows me knows how I feel about it. I just don't get it, but it doesn't mean it's not tradable. Really starting to bust that wedge that it has going on there. And GLD even more so. And just, Goes back to the Brian Shannonism. Only price pays. The rest is all garbage. So I'd suspect that a lot of the miners are doing real well. Anything gold, probably silver related as well. I didn't look at silver at all today. SIL. So that's your miners, and silver miners still lacking. Lagging behind gold, and silver itself looking better than the miners, but still not as where I would have thought it would have been. Although silver cuts both ways. I would have thought silver had been doing better for the majority of the year since it has real practical use in the world, especially in semiconductors and chips. But now you'll see that silver will lag maybe behind because of that as well, as growth around the world seems to be coming to a screeching halt, it would appear. Mike C, what's happening? How are you? Happy Monday. What about lithium? Lithium. So here's your lithium stocks in a nutshell. LIT. The problem with lithium is this: you still need growth. It doesn't matter if governments are going to force people onto EVs. 90% of all vehicle sales to this point, or more than 90%, are still gas-powered vehicles. So, that's the reality of it. And you can't jack up people's cost of living by 10 to 15% and tell them run out and buy new vehicles as well. So you're going to have a lot of vehicles that are, new vehicles that are going to be pushed on the market, EV or gas, and they're going to be sitting there. And there's no growth, there's no spending, stocks go down. That's how it works. So without going into macroeconomics, because I don't know anything about any of that stuff, but people smarter than me constantly banging the drum for the last 10 years that you can't have the policies that we have in place monetarily in Europe and the United States without repercussions. So I suspect those repercussions have come home to host. Can you guys hear me? Test. Can you guys hear me? And when I turn the sound on YouTube, I have sound, Debbie. All right, so yeah, I definitely have sound on. So Peter, I don't think I don't think there's anywhere to hide lithium or anything like that. It's going to become more of a trader's market, a day trader's market, and a stock picker's market, because the tape right now says every dip is or every bought dip is being sold immediately. Yeah, I know my volume's always low. There's not really anything else I can do about it. I've really turned this up as much as I can do. There's nowhere else for me to go. So I'm just looking at all the advanced settings, making sure nothing got taken down. All right, there's some decibel meter, but I don't think that has any real play on my mic, but I turned it up all the same to see if that can help anymore. So, anyways, back to this, lithium, everything looks lower, nearly everything looks lower except for energy. And, you know, saw I knew this anyways, but just a fresh reminder. I saw that all these past energy spikes that have happened 70s, 80s, and 2008. directly led to a recession right afterwards. If anybody was here on Friday, they heard me say that I think a recession has started. When they'll finally admit that or come to that fruition, who knows? But you can't have what just happened over the last couple of years and not expect a real recession to happen. Printing all that money and things like that. You don't have to be a macroeconomist to understand any of those things. It's just simple economics. You debase your currency, and that's what happens. That's all there is to it. So the Fed will do whatever it does, and us as traders just have to react accordingly to the price on the charts and what we're willing to risk and when we're willing to risk it. Interesting note that TAN is up today. Trade of the week was a TAN stock. What was it? Solar. TAN is solar for those that don't know. What the heck was the trade of the week? CISQ, CQIS. I can't even remember now. It's Canadian Solar. I'm sorry, just looking at CSIQ. So let's see how that's holding up in today's tape. All right, gapped up, come back down, touched and filled the gap, trying to move back up. But overall, I'd say that's strength considering what's going on in the tape. Interesting level to be at right here. Some interesting levels up above that. So what we'll see, as full disclaimer, don't just go chasing things blindly, especially in this market. This is one of those markets, we haven't seen a violent sell-off yet. Every sell-off has been pretty orderly, to be honest. And even the overnight futures, when they've really sold off, have kind of bounced a little bit before the market opened. We haven't seen that real violent sell-off yet. And does it happen? Who knows? But you definitely don't want to be too long or long when it happens at all, if you can help it. There's no way to predict it, so just understand risk. Yeah, ready for the new INDO. That's, INDO. I traded it several times last week and felt like a genius trading it, and now today I feel like a jerk not holding some. But I mean, there's no way to know that was going to happen. I traded it on these different days back here, and did well enough. Was happy with the results. But how can anybody predict something like that? That's just crazy. Same thing with this here. I traded this last week on Friday, and I got a little piece of this move in here, and you feel good about a move like that, and then this happens today. But you have a plan, you stick to it, and myself no different. Probably Bill, but I don't do too much on moving averages. You can see I'm pretty moving average free on my charts. Just a 20 SMA and an 8 EMA, kind of more as momentum indicators than resistance indicators. I just don't subscribe to moving averages like other people do. And I'm not saying there's not merit for it. I'm just not crazy about it. OP, gap fill. Oh yeah, filled that gap. This must have been on, no, couldn't have been on my races. Too cheap. Interesting though. I was going to say it's got to be either a shipper or energy, so it's a shipper, yeah. So we're in this kind of tape right now. These low float moves are going nuts. Here's a few of them. Here's another one. Was this one? No. This was one. And what else do we have? I know there's other ones I'm missing. So anyways, understand the market you're in. I mean, this is another insane one here. I traded this last week too. Didn't expect this to happen. Yeah, IMMP, I actually traded that this morning. I got caught in most of the halts up and down as I was coming in and out of it. No, IMPP, right? IMPP, yeah. So I took it early, got out of it, and I'll be honest, I made an error here. I had an original order there. I canceled it, and then I put it back in and forgot to change the share size because I only wanted to sell half my position. And I saw the position was completely gone, and needless to say, I was cursing myself. But anyways, it happens. It's not a bad error to have, I guess, when you're making money. But I mean, right now that's the tape that we're in. So if that's not the kind of trading you do, keep that in mind. I did not trade like that for a long time. I didn't have a lot of success early on in trading, trading these real fast whippy movers. I've had some really good success recently with these stock races that I've been going over the last few weeks. So I'm feeling like the plan that I've implemented into this for trading is working well, so I'll stick to that plan. But it's not just me aimlessly saying, "Oh, the stock's going up, I'm buying." That's no way to handle anything. What I do prefer is slower moving, rolling swing trades, 2, 3, 4 day holds. And shedding some out along the way up on those, but it is absolutely not that kind of market. What I normally use for my evening scan, I'm just not using it right now. I'm really not updating my like list much at all. Actually, I have this here. I've put this over it now. That just happened to come back over it, and using these price alerts in combination with the races and making moves off of that right now. And that's the kind of tape that we're in. It's a market you got to pivot quickly, and that's what I've done. Obviously easier said than done. And like everybody else, I hope we get back to a bullish tape very soon, but who knows? Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your stance, but the reality of it is we have not had a real bear market in well over a decade. We have not had a real bear market in over a decade, so we're due. We're very due. How are you, Michael? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. But there's opportunity everywhere still. You just, finding it, and how we find it is things like relative strength. So, last week, Strength Alerts was loaded up with energy plays and some other commodities, including gold, and we're seeing the results of all those today. I mean, VET was in there for most of the week. Look at VET today. I think P10 was in there at some point. We're looking at that. Um, Wheat was in there a bunch last week. WE, and still in there today. If I could type, that would really help, I bet. There we go. Still in there today. So there's relative strength to be found still. You just have to be a lot more cautious and picky on what you're choosing for that relative strength, because there's just simply no shortcut. The other thing I've been watching too that you may find helpful is on my thumbnailed SPY chart to keep a running 2-day anchored VWAP. Soon we'll be able to have this without having to redraw the VWAP, anchored VWAP every single day. But what I've watched is as we start to get away from the anchored VWAP, we'll make a move back towards it. But generally speaking, anytime we get to it on that 2-day move, coming back towards the upside, it's met right away with selling again. And so in a trending up market, we want to see it the other way, as the VWAP, let's say it was below it down here, and we see us trend back towards it and then bounce back off it again. And so we have the opposite going on right now. Every time we cycle back and try to get to this 2-day VWAP, what I use is to show short-term momentum. We're basically either popping right above it but not able to close above it, and then rejected right afterwards. So these are all tools to use. They're all there at your disposal. And remember, cash is a position. So what are we looking at? PBR. Is that Pitney Bowes? Pat's Blue Ribbon. Oh, Petróleo Brasileiro. Oh yeah, Petrobras. I'm very familiar with them from my time living in South America. And you bought some BP today. Yeah, I don't. Must be a reason why PBR is down. Especially earnings is behind it. So I wonder. I'm not a news guy, but why not look at it? see any reason for PBR to be down. Yet it is. I mean, I'd say this. It's setting up a nice risk reward trade here right now. Let's throw a line right there on that chart. That's, immediately my eye comes right to that. And as I went over, I think Peter was asking last week about, drawing pivot and support lines and some help there kind of recognizing. And what I told him last week and what I'd tell anybody else is, if you're going to draw them and you're not sure what to do, well, towards the end of a day when you're going through charts, take an intraday chart and draw at the low of the intraday chart a pivot line, and you're going to find very often you're going to come to an interesting area in price a lot of times. Now, this won't work obviously with every chart, but when we're looking at charts that have action going on in them, you're not going to do this on something that traded 10,000 shares today, but Petrobras, 61 million shares traded today, so, and that's not exactly much off of what it's normally doing anyways. As far as the ratio goes. So, and we can see here, looking at this, like, yeah, today's a bigger sell-off day, but look at the size of the volume candles in general. We've got a lull here, but, very capable of having good volume. Anyways, my point being here with Petrobras is, people are looking for ideas. We know energy is strong. This may be due for a bounce. It had a nice run up. All right. An ascending wedge, we call that. And pop through it, and that's very typical of an ascending wedge. All right, and that's what we're looking at now. So, we've come down here, we've got a nice defined risk area, and if we were to take it further, so as I always say, if someone said, Chris, I don't care if you lose money on the trade, you got to place a trade on this, and how are you going to manage it? Well, then I'm probably managing somewhere down here on those wicks towards the top of this body area, all right, as my stop. And we know where our target could be, right up there. Short-term target looks good right there. So very low risk to reward. Below here, I think we know we're wrong, at least from a technical point of view. And, we accept that we're wrong. That's what we do as technicians. You accept you're wrong and you move on quickly and have a very short memory. So just kind of a thought there for PBR. And so, yeah, some serious selling considering what 90% of other oil stocks are doing today. BP, what does BP look like? BP, same thing. But I think BP gets a lot of hate in the press, right? Everybody hates BP. I don't remember. I can't remember who we hate anymore. So, and now look at that. Look at where it came and bounced. And how long ago, who knows how long ago I drew that line. But that's where it came and bounced, and now it's bounced off of there and had an up day after bouncing off of that line. So go figure. Almost like support lines, can point us in some direction to give us an idea. They're not an exact. They're no substitute for really paying attention to charting and having that plan, but they're part of the tools that we put in our belt. Eagle, can we look at LNTH? Sure, let's look at LNTH. Oof. Continuing to climb. I think we looked at this last week. I said, chase, obviously, but if it can consolidate, I think is what we discussed, might be something there. Because, after so much time, if it holds this gap and, starts to hold these moves, it builds its own, new base camps, averages across, catch up, and move up. So whatever, I guess it was their earnings. I don't know if they had any other announcement after earnings, but whatever they did, the market likes it. The market that's involved in that likes it so far. I will say this, that's kind of a middle finger candle that's happened here, and you wonder, is that capitulation, making a move like that after the move it's made? So again, I'm not running after it, but I think you have some pretty defined areas here. You lose $50 and I think it's game over from whence it came. Now, is it game over and it just comes down here to touch the gap and then move back up again? Who knows? Right, BP was the one that they had the big oil leak in the Gulf of Mexico and all that, and nobody could figure out, and the Deepwater Horizon and all that stuff like that. Am I right? Like 2005 or 6 or something. Actually, that's a Steve Gomez special. But technically, yeah. I mean, this is a pennant here actually. Now it's come outside that pennant is what it would actually be. Because a flag will move the opposite direction of the move up, where a pennant will move sideways actually. But yeah, CMT talk. I mean, this here, I think most people know it's a shooting star. But that's the kind of 2 cents there. I think you get your kind of defined risk levels. This is all time highs, and below there, I think it wants the gap back down. And so you make the plan, you play the plan, you execute the plan. It's wrong, it's wrong. You stick to the plan, and that's all you can do. So it looks like we're selling off pretty good here into the last couple of minutes. Compare count windows looking real ugly for the bulls. So you've got the small caps moving up on new lows for the day and moving down on new highs for the day. Same thing through here for kind of mid cap area, and these larger caps trying to make some new highs, but the new lows are just spiking off the charts again right here, even more so than on the small caps, to be honest. Thought I read something today. Facebook is 50% off its highs. So when you've got things that are cap weighted that heavy, now obviously when things get readjusted, their weighting will go down as they have shed a lot of market cap recently. But all the same, they're still heavily, heavily weighted. I mean, 500 billion market cap. I mean, come on. It's going to do some damage to the indexes. Amazon was going to save the market. And it doesn't look like Amazon's doing a whole lot to save the market right now. Back below that range that we discussed when it had its earnings. And not looking real healthy for Amazon at all right now. And I'll tell you what, it loses that, all the way down here is where you're looking at next, and then you're looking at this down here. You're headed back to 2000 basically. What is the gray line on my charts? Yes, Debbie. If you change the filters, you need to set up a new race. The race is only gonna drop off and on symbols based on the top list it started with. I'm not sure what gray line are we looking at. Are you talking about this here? I think this is just has to do with separating the RSI and the volume is all. Oops. That's all that is there. And this black line, that's a position 20 day, that's a low period 20 day. This one here, if that's what you're talking about, that black line. I can see, yeah, it's kind of light black grayish, yeah. It's a period low 20 days. So, sorry, I was messaging Steve. Put a message in that I had to respond to. Right click here. This is what I'm using. If that's what you're talking about, the one that kind of looks like stairs almost. It's period low. This multi-period low, and I use 20, so it's 20 days for this because I'm on a daily chart. 20 days more or less represents a trading month, so that's what I like to use. It's one of the things I use in share sizing and use it more for swing trading than anything else. Actually, let me rephrase that. I use it exclusively for swing trading. So that's what that is. I happened to discuss that I liked it very much, and Michael Noss was so kindly to put it in for everybody because it was simple math that's already built in the back end for the charts. I don't know if anybody noticed, but we have 80x here, average directional index, and we also added MACD to the charts now too. Those had never been there before. I think ADX has been there for a little while, but MACD was just added. Williams R not that long ago also, in case anybody wants that, kind of a derivative of MACD. So, we'll continue to add stuff, continue to add stuff. And it will not be long before we have essentially tick charts. Will not be that long. I'm told we'll be testing it sometime this week. Now let's see, Chris, how much further will MFA drop because I've been in war? Russian news is hurting. Let's see. Let's take a look. We'll take a look at what the technicals tell us. And again, anybody with questions, please fire those away here. Fire. I have no idea what this is, but I said, I say, you got this kind of arc that's happening. That's never good. Losing momentum and losing steam. And earnings have just passed it. You've got this big gap that's there. On a relative basis of where the stock has been in the range of the stocks. I'm just looking now, $2 to $8, not a huge percent difference as far as, some of the massive gaps you can see sometimes. However, looking at this here, I'd say, again, let's draw a line here. And you're looking at that kind of there. Below there, you're in trouble. Above there, you're hanging in there. That's really the best that you can do at this point. And outside of there being some kind of news or some kind of catalyst to get them moving, you're looking at a big float here. No real volume compared to what it's normally doing. Slightly a tick below. So I think this is something that you're more looking at fundamentals than you are looking at technicals for it, unless for some reason people become technically excited about it. So unfortunately, I don't think you're really a bag holder in it because you say you've got dividends, involved in it. But I was going to say, unfortunately, you're kind of stuck bag holding it. But if you're playing it for dividends, it's completely different than playing it for a technical reason. So that price, let's zoom in. We're looking at 380-ish, 378 is where I drew that to. I mean, we can go right to the wick. And, it goes back and forth. People debate whether you want to draw a support line to the wick, to the shadow here, or if you want to draw it to the body, to the real body of the candle. I do it to whatever's convenient to me. So for this one, I stuck it to the wick, or the shadow. I got to remember to call it shadow for testing purposes. So we can see, price magnet, and that was quite a move that it made to get there. So you better believe that if it gives it up, it can easily make that same move right back down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It made that bounce already there. That's what I'm using this line for. That's where I got the line from, is that it bounced there, but it wants lower still, unfortunately. These moving averages are right on top. I mean, this 8 EMA is really crushing it down. So like I said, technically speaking, it's kind of in a no man's land, but if it gets below that line, it's, it looks lower. For the scans that are turbo breaks or climactic moves or similar, how do you suggest to handle stocks that hit these scans? I understand to look at the chart, but the moves come quick. Let me pull up those. So sorry. So let me pull. I'll pull up the turbo family because I have that. I don't have the brakes. G R B O family up no resistance load. So there's this specific scan. I think there's multiple ways to play this because first off, if we come into the configure, all the strategies are the same except for the market cap. But essentially what this is looking at is stocks at their all-time high position lifetime range. They're doing 3 times their normal volume, and then it's sectioned off my market cap. This is here to keep out ETFs, and this is here to keep out bad print stocks. And then it has to be making a new high on the day. There we go. New high on the day. So that's the catalyst of it. So you're playing things that are already really moved up. So you want to make sure that you're playing something that's not only liquid, not only at an all-time high with this, but it's liquid, not just, doing more than normal volume. So for example, there's things that will come through here that are only trading 15 or 20,000 shares a day. I am familiar with the strategy because I used to trade this one a lot, actually. So nothing illiquid showing in here right now. But that's what you kind of want to look at. You want to match things up. How much of a move has it made to be at that all-time high to start with? How much energy is it expended? Is the volume rising? Things like that. Specifically how to play it. You got to have your trading plan in place. You look at those charts and you decide, all right, well, I like it. Let's say, for example, I like it here at this price, so maybe 58 is where I want to have my stop, and that's where I believe I'm wrong on the trade. And part of what you're doing is going to be what's your time frame on these kinds of things. Whether it's this scan or anything else, but knowing what the scan is looking for will make all the difference. Make a huge difference, anyways, in how to proceed forward with that essentially. So that's where I kind of point you to, as far as kind of coming up with how to want to do it. Well, Barry's chiming in about what's that message, Barry? What did you say? All right, nice move. So back to where can you find the Turbo Up family? So this one's a Turbo Up family, no resistance, moving up. I can drop a link to that here, and then you can find it in the Traders Vault. So Turbo Up, share. And again, here's the other thing. There's trading is a puzzle. You get to decide what pieces you want to be in that puzzle. That's how it works. So, a piece of the puzzle is the scan you're doing. A piece of the puzzle is your time horizon. A piece of the puzzle is your trading plan itself. A piece of the puzzle is your risk appetite. A piece of the puzzle is what you see on the charts. So, those are the pieces of the puzzle you have to put together. And, each piece, as they change, will completely change all those things, going forward. Each individual piece of the puzzle will be affected. so that's kind of that there. The other place you can find the rest, there's probably a few other Turbo family scans. I can't remember. On a free floating channel bar, don't do a dock channel bar. Go to a free floating one and look for the Traders Vault, and you'll find all those kinds of scans in there. And for those of you that wonder why we don't have the Traders Vault docked, is because it's just a whole bunch of scans. That's all it is. And when you open that, there's no way to look. All the scans look like this when you open it. And it fills up. It fills up half a. 3/4 of a screen or whatever of scans that look just like this. So that's not really a usable way to look at scans. No, I didn't buy a Barry message. He hadn't traded in the post market in a while and threw this out there, so I just want to take a look real fast. I'm guessing that's got to be, yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling it had to be energy. So all these crazy low flow energy names, which is the next flavor of the day, essentially. Just crazy. You gotta love when these things happen, as long as you're on the right side of it, I suppose. Another agriculture play here. This looks like going back to our middle finger candle. But if you look at the history of this chart, you see a whole lot of that going on in this chart. So know that. I traded it last week on Friday, and then I was watching it in the pre-market. I actually put a bid in at $6 in the pre-market, but could not get filled for the life of me. And I kind of just let it go after the market opened. My attention was drawn elsewhere. But we see what wheat and corn and all that's doing, and gonna have to figure something out, because $15 loaves of bread is not gonna fly very well at the supermarket. That's for sure. And that's about where things are headed. So again, a couple of minutes here before I wrap up for the day. Anybody has any questions, comments, and concerns? That's Holly. Those buy and sell arrows are going to be Holly. So let's see. Trying to think of something. Bring up Holly here real quick. I think she was having a good day for a minute. I don't know what ended up happening. Looks like she gave up a lot of it, but some trades that were definitely looking good in the money here. Look good for a minute, look good for a minute, decent, look good, look good. I don't know, maybe that looked good, can't really tell. So CVX you're saying, let's take a look here. Yeah, so that's Holly. So Holly short sold it here, she bought it back here for conservative. Let's see if there's any on here that'll have past Holly alerts. Yeah, so we can see a historical Holly alert on BCRX where she short sold here. Oh, Peter, that's the $1 million question for me right now. Getting people into these support sessions every week, we get emails saying, I need help, and every week we say, we're here for this many hours a day, every day, but people don't come. So you can lead the horse to the water. That's all you can do. Both. If she makes an intraday, it'll be on an intraday chart if it was done there, and then it stays historical on a daily chart afterwards of what happened, and gives you a synopsis of it here. So if I hover this over this, short signal entry 733, exit 723, profit and conservative. There's your breakdown. It was from breakdown short, and that gives you short and skinny there. And when you see this historical performance that's there, that historical, well, it keeps disappearing on me. That 64%, that was what it was coming into that day. It's not a running tabulation of that because the base strategies that are put in for Holly, once the base strategy goes in into the optimizer, that's it. It'll never be the same as it was the day it was put in. It'll always be slightly tweaked here and there. So it's impossible to know what a running total is of something that's constantly changing. Yeah, it's taken out of Barry's stream. We take over the stream from Barry for an hour, and then he completely shuts down, and I take over here at 3:30. It is what it is. I do my. Everybody's got a role here to play. My part is I make myself available the best that I can, and there's other parts of the team here that'll figure out how to get people into these eventually. But I enjoy my time with you folks, and I really appreciate everybody that comes in here. So, would I like more? Absolutely. But, everybody here is very kind to me, and I appreciate that. Whoa! That's a chart. Good Lord, 468% move. That was like a 1,000% move up here, 700 and 800%. No, we don't spam people. No spam bots. We get nasty emails all the time because affiliates of ours go into other people's discords and forums and spam, and we don't encourage that at all. And if we figure out what affiliate it is, we'll let them know that their account will be shut off if they continue to do that. But the problem is, finding a needle in a haystack. These people aren't using their names when they go to do things like that. So no, we try to do things on the up and up the best we can. Especially, I'm sitting here in front of the public, so I don't want to, I don't want to do something to harm the company in front of the public. Obviously, I don't want to do something to harm the company behind the scenes. But I think you get my point. Anyways, well, that's an interesting one. Look at that. That had 32 wins here today. So this thing was probably coming through all day long and strong on here. But I was doing once I made my early trades this morning. I was tasked elsewhere for the day. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, we're costly. We've done some things internally that we were able to lower the annual cost. Um, there's a lot of stuff that goes on with people trying to game us and things like that for subscriptions. So it's, a tough thing. Yeah, Debbie. Sorry, I might it might have been when the sound was bugging out on you for a moment there. But yeah, if you change the top list, you got to change the race afterwards because the race is only going to look at the top list it was originally stuck to. So yeah, just X that race out and then bring a new one in. Restart it from the top list itself. Go back in and launch the real race and do it like that because the top list or sorry the race has that embedded into it where it originated from. AXAS. Oh, so yeah, that must be Barry there. 8.2 mil. What do they do today? Ooh, pink sheet, crude petroleum. Could this be one of those $1 million stocks? Thing can definitely boogie. Sorry, just scrolling back up to make sure I hit everybody. The Plaza, I don't use, I don't really look at anything in the pre-market, to be honest. So, I mean, it might have been on there. I don't know what it was doing in the pre-market. HUSA, we were saying? I only knew Y10 in the pre-market because of last week. Properties. Show pre-market. So, I mean, this should have been on there. I don't see why it wouldn't have been. Yeah, it should have absolutely been on the pre-market scans. Where you would have found it more probably is the top list, somewhere on there, the up gappers top list, and probably not on the alert window, the multi window that's in there, because you can see it, topped out here, and so it probably wasn't doing anything that would have triggered an alert actually, because it wasn't making a new pre-market high anymore from all the way back here actually. So that's at 645. So yeah, probably you wouldn't have found it again on a scan because that's right when our pre-market data starts. But I swear to you, earlier pre-market data is coming. I mean, you can see on my chart here that I have 4 a.m. data on my chart. So you wouldn't have found it on a multi-window or an alert window unless it had some alert that would have allowed for that. But the one that we have pre-configured probably wouldn't have had it on there. But like I said, the top list would have had it on there for sure because it, had moved up and had a change from close percent that would have qualified it. And it reports a float. And does it have earnings? Yeah, and it has an earnings date. So everything that it would qualify, it would have been on there for sure. I never decide to trade based on a scan. A scan plays zero influence into me placing a trade. The scan returns me ideas. I go through and things that for better, for lack of a better term, things that appeal to me that I like, the chart. I mark up, I throw price alerts on there, and if, it makes a move and I can't get it, past that price alert, so be it. Sometimes I'm putting a price alert for a pullback. So, something like HUSA, it's hard to say in hindsight right now, but, knowing what it's in, I'd probably take a shot at it real early and use the opening range of the day as my stop and then kind of let it ride is what I probably would have done. Easy to say that now. I did that today with IMPP. It's essentially what I did here is, we had this, a 5-minute chart's going to illustrate this better actually. So we had this opening range that happened here, and I used this as my stop down here, and I jumped in here somewhere, and I rode that up essentially. But that's, that was my thinking of it. I figured if it starts to fall into that gap, generally speaking, the rules, especially with cheap stocks, once they go down, they don't come back up. Now, I think we're in one of those special moments where these stocks are going to go nuts. And some will come back and some won't. And what I mean by these stocks is these low float energy plays. So I think this is, so Imperial Petroleum, I know it says deep sea freight, but I think it's an energy play. So yeah, services, transportation, oil. So there it is. So that's kind of my thinking, how I do it, to each their own, everybody else. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to wrap up for the day here. I appreciate everybody coming in as always. I hope you have a wonderful Monday evening. Barry will see hopefully the majority of you, if not more, back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. He will be on the mic around 9ish if I understand how he's doing things these days. You will have Michael Noss tomorrow on Tuesday at noon Eastern for an hour. And then you get me back at 3:30 Eastern again tomorrow. All right. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate you popping in. And we will catch you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.